We'll go ahead and call this meeting of the Board of Regents to order. Could we please get a roll call?
Regent Carter. Present. Regent Carvalho.
Here.
Regent Del Carlo.
Here.
Vice Chair Dubrava.
Here.
Chair Geddes.
Here.
Regent Hayes.
Here.
Regent Lieberman.
Here.
Regent McAdoo.
Here.
Regent McMichael.
Here.
Regent Moran. Regent Page.
Here.
Regent Perkins.
Here.
Regent Trachuk. You have a quorum.
Thank you. Would you please stand for the presentation of the colors by the UNLV Air Force and Army ROTC Joint Honor Guard, the national anthem performed by UNLV student soprano Christina Tolgren will follow that, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Regent Perkins.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
And if you'd now join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
States of America and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let's give one more round of applause for our special guests. And now we'll move on to item number 1. And just so everybody's aware, since public comment is at 12:30, we will not be getting to any action items before 12:30. But we're going to go with some information-only items on the agenda. Introductions and campus updates. Item number 1, we'll start with President Solis.
Thank you, Regent Geddes. Chancellor, members of the board, some updates from WNC include that we have our enrollment trends continue to increase. In the fall, we had 12% increase in our enrollment for headcount. And our spring looks like we're continuing that trend with a 10% increase for this coming spring in our enrollment. We also launched a winter session for the first time at WNC. That now currently has more than 500 students, and we're continuing to add classes to accommodate the requests that we're having for the winter session at WNC. Our prison education programs continue to increase. We started with a tour that took place on November 21st with members of ENCHI, Regents, and community members along with state reps. We currently have about 100 students in the program. We're looking to have 140 to 150 by the end of the academic year in the prison education program. The governor, along with ENCHI members, will be taking a tour of our prison education program next week, and that is going to take place on December the 10th. We are also projecting to have 4 graduates in the spring of our program with associates in general studies degrees, so we're very proud of that. And we are looking forward to continuing growing that program at WNC. We also had over 500 students attend the Nevada Promise Day, so we're looking forward to serving the students that are involved in that scholarship program. WNC also continues to have a presence in the community by having a participation in activities like the Nevada Day Parade, which we had a very large presence there, and raising over $1,200 for Thanksgiving meals for the needy in Carson City. And the last item that I have for you, members of the board, is that later on this week, you'll hear about the foundation and their report, where over the last year, they raised over $2.5 million for WNC. Those are the updates from Western. Thank you, Regent.
Thank you. President Patterson.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. First of all, thank you to the Chair and Chancellor and all of the regents who were able to attend the dedication of the Bob and Allison Kasner academic building yesterday. It was a terrific event. The governor made remarks and has known the Kasners for quite some time, and it was just really a special moment for Nevada State College and part of the funding for the new education building that will be constructed. So we're really, really grateful. For those of you in the Cultural Diversity Committee, you heard about Congressman Bobby Scott coming out to campus, chair of the House Education Committee, talking about access to higher education. It was a terrific event, full house in our auditorium, and we're grateful to host that. We've been going through our accreditation review, our 7-year accreditation review. Always kind of a tense time, but we had a positive visit in the fall. Thank you to the regents that helped participate in those interview discussions. And then we will appear in front of the full Northwest Commission in January. But we're very positive about it. We received a number of positive commendations. There were some recommendations, which we feel like we're well on the way to achieving with our new strategic plan. So I'll give a further update to the board later in the spring when we get the final report. In terms of our partnerships with our fellow colleges, we're continuing to make progress in a number of areas. We just hired our first full-time faculty member that'll be based at Truckee Meadows Community College in that visual media and design, technology design program. And so we're excited to partner with them on that. I've visited, along with President Solis, the 4 of the 5 superintendents in his service area as we talk about how to address teacher pipeline issues, shortages that are occurring across the state. And so we're looking forward to expanding our partnerships with Western. We continue our dialogue with CSN very productively about potentially offering 4-year degrees on certain 4-year degrees on CSN campus sites. And so we're pleased with all of those discussions. Our continued focus is on teacher recruitment. We had a Why Teach Summit Day. We continue to expand our teacher academies. And so we will continue to focus on that as our #1 objective as a college. Just some quick student recognitions. Nevada State senior Melanie Mailcroft was awarded the best poster at the UNLV Undergraduate Research Symposium this fall. That's research on biological soil crust associated with desert soils. And we also had a student, Nayela Lopez, as Outstanding Latina Student Recognition Award from Commissioner Clark County Commissioner Weekly. A shout out to Fidel Bomoham, who won first place in the undergraduate competition, and Marina Vanderberg, who won second place at the Southern Nevada American Chemical Society annual poster competition, working with Dr. Wojak, as well as Adam Klerman, who worked with Dr. Jennifer Edmonds and received an honorable mention. And then just quickly, upcoming, the new School of Education, Glenn and Andy Christian School of Education. That groundbreaking will be on January 22nd at 10 a.m. We hope you can make it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. President Johnson?
Thank you, Chair Geddes. A few items. First of all, I'd like to introduce somebody many of you know, and that is Todd Renwick. Todd Renwick has been the second in command of police services for some time at the University of Nevada, Reno. But after the departure of Adam Garcia, we made Todd the interim chief. He went through a national search. We brought in candidates from elsewhere, but Chief Renwick still won the job. He's been on the force since 1998, and now he is responsible for the safety and security services coordination across all the northern institutions in the Northern Command. Is Todd here? There he is. He reported to committees earlier on our crime statistics. Second update on our housing in the aftermath of the explosion of our dormitories. We are about to open what we call the Den, which is going to be the dining facility for the next year and a half. It lies between Jott Travis former Union and Thompson Hall. It is a sprung structure. It's really solid. It's heated, cooled, and it has restrooms and the whole thing. It has the capacity to serve 20,000 meals a week, and it will be augmented by other places on campus. So we still have good dining facilities available. In terms of program achievements, I sent out yesterday, or Dean Gould did, a nice announcement by the College Gazette naming UNR one of the 10 best hidden gem public universities in the country. And they had a very nice broad survey of some of the features at the University of Nevada, Reno, which I hope you will all be proud of, noting the Earthquake Engineering Lab, the School of Journalism, the public recognition of a broad rising of recognition for excellence. They mentioned the Nevada Sagebrush as our long-serving student newspaper and our achievement of the R1 status. So I hope you can all be proud of the university that's being recognized nationally. Fourth, another regional recognition is that for the first time, the Northwest Commission on Colleges and University has established an award for achievement in student achievement and success. And it was delivered at their annual meeting in November. And who would be the winner but the University of Nevada, Reno? Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned it. But thanks. It was a recognition. The entry that we made was for the Nevada Fit program that you all have heard about before, and that program has achieved such success. It was a program brought to us from Louisiana State University by Kevin Carmen some years ago. It's been so successful that next fall, the fall of 2020, for the first time, it will be required for all students in all colleges, all freshmen. Another thing that's coming along here, we've been working for a couple of years to hire a lead aeronautical engineer to begin an aeronautical engineering program at the campus. It took a couple of years to find the right person to lead the program. That person is on board. We're going to start a curriculum, design a curriculum in aerospace engineering, and soon we will convert our Department of Mechanical Engineering into a Department of Mechanical and Aerospace Engineering. We've got some great aeronautical engineering programs in the state, manufacturers, and this is just another attempt to make sure that we're producing the kind of graduates that are specifically educated for industries in the state. We have a really fun story from chemistry. We need to put this in there because Brian Frost is sitting at the other end of the table here, a chemist. One of our assistant teaching professors has started a Discover Chemistry demonstration series. She started by bringing K-12 teachers and students into the chemistry labs at the university, and it was so popular that this program is now going off campus, and we're teaching some chemistry in elementary, middle, and high schools for students. And it remains popular. And when they put up the sign-up sheet, it fills immediately. And they will be expanding a bit to promote women in science. And then finally, I just want to mention something that Tom Schwig just mentioned over in the Health Sciences Committee. The School of Medicine is rebranding their practice plan into University Health. And we really love it because since the University of Nevada School of Medicine moved to the north, and they identify themselves as the University of Nevada Reno School of Medicine, they actually have adopted our Big Blue Inn. And so University Health will be scattered around town in a number of clinical facilities, and it will be recognized in the logo with the Big Blue Inn for the University of Nevada Reno, again, really showing the impact of higher education all over the city of Reno in their clinical facilities. So thank you.
Thank you. President Zaragoza?
Thank you, Chairman Geddes, Regents, Chancellor, colleagues, and guests. First and foremost, I want to thank Regent Perkins, Regent Carter, Regent Carvalho, and Regent Del Carlo for attending the naming ceremony of the North of Vegas Tyrone Thompson Student Union on November 14th. It was a memorable evening for the entire CSN family and for our local community. Our special appreciation to the Tyrone Thompson family, the many elected officials and community leaders that participated in the ceremony, and especially our student body president, Daniel Gutierrez, Black Student Union President, Kiara Whitten Mingo, and Angie Chief of Staff, Michael Flores, who provided inspirational remarks during the ceremony. I also want to commend the Faculty Senate Chair, Dr. Arnold Bell, Michelle Page, and Vice Provost Clarissa Coda for planning and executing this amazing event. In what promises to be another amazing event, CSN has been selected by Complete College America to host another forum that will feature exemplary co-requisite pathway and high-impact development education practices. CCA will fund the cost for the event. I'm also proud to report that our nursing program received multiple awards at the Nevada Nursing Foundation Annual Gala. The highlights of the evening belong to our nursing program director chair, Dr. Sherry Lindsay, who won the 2019 People's Choice Chief Nursing Officer Award. In addition, 6 CSN nursing students were awarded $7,000 in scholarships. I'm also pleased to announce that we have added 2 important members to our leadership team. Tracy Cleveland has been hired as the Associate Vice President and Chief Human Resource Officer. She joins us from the Erie Community College, which is a member of the CUNY system, New York. She has over 20 years of human resource experience in both higher education and private industry. She will be joining us in January. After a national search, we also hired Magunth Vaitilingam as our Chief Information Officer. Magunth is very familiar with CSN, having been an executive and CIO for the Illusion Company for 15 years. Magoon brings exceptional technical, managerial, and leadership skills to CSN, having recently been selected as the 2019 Most Influential Global CIO by the Gartner Company. In closing, I want to provide you with a couple of exciting updates. We successfully delivered our first customized cybersecurity training program for the instructors from Tamaulipas Technical College System in Matamoros, Reynosa, and Nuevo Laredo. The 1-week, 40-hour cybersecurity program received excellent evaluations from the participants. It's a result of the success of the CSN Cybersecurity and WNC Megatronics pilot training programs. ANUT, the Mexican equivalent of the National Association of Community Colleges, has reached out to CSN and has expressed an interest in developing future programs. Secondly, in keeping with our diversity efforts, I'm pleased to invite you to the debut performance of Mariachi Plata, CSN's new competitive mariachi group, and I think some of you got a preview of how excellent this group is. There is much support for mariachi tradition in Southern Nevada, as evidenced by the many CCSD mariachi groups. Mariachi Plata is comprised of CSN students enrolled in our music and performing arts programs. I hope you will be able to join us as our VIPs for the guest concert at the Horn Theater on December 10th. The event has generated much excitement, and we expect a sold-out venue. Lastly, on behalf of the CSN family, we wish all of you a happy and safe holiday period. Mr. Chairman, that constitutes my report.
Thank you. President Acharya.
Thank you, Chairman Geddes. It's my pleasure to update the board this morning on the recent activities of DRI faculty. As I've mentioned before, one of my first priorities is to address DRI's vacant and soon-to-be vacant leadership positions, starting with my former role as Vice President of Research. I am pleased to introduce Dr. Vic Etemijian. He's here in the audience, DRI's new interim Vice President for Research. As a senior faculty member within the Division of Atmospheric Sciences, Dr. Etemijian has more than 2 decades of experience in the areas of dust emissions and air quality. He has had continued success obtaining research contracts with a variety of agencies and an exceptional academic record of publishing more than 100 papers. I'm also pleased to report that our searches for new executive directors for DRI's Division of Atmospheric Sciences and Division of Hydrologic Sciences are progressing on schedule. We actually finished interviews for one of the divisions, and we expect to offer one of the candidates very soon. And my goal is to hire all 3 division directors by June, and I think we're on schedule. I wanted to thank each of the regions who attended our recent open house at our research facility in Boulder City. We had more than 250 people attend and tour our soil and plant science exhibits and laboratory. It was a joy to share our work with you and so many members of the public that afternoon. We had 7 regions, and we're thankful for your attendance. With regard to research funding and new contracts, I'm very pleased to share that DRI now has a newly approved 5-year GSA, or General Services Administration schedule for environmental consulting services. This expands our ability to offer contract services to federal, state, and local agencies. It took us nearly 2 years to get us listed on GSA, and we're hoping that this will open up a lot of new opportunities for DRI. Additionally, in our continued effort to expand our existing federal agency research contracts, I'm pleased to report that DRI's Naval Earth Sciences Engineering Program recently received a new multi-year $7 million services contract. I'm also proud to share that we have launched a new collaboration here in Southern Nevada with the Nature Conservancy at their 7J Ranch property in Beatty. This was a new property they recently bought, and they want to convert that into a research. This is a headwater of Ass Meadows, and they want to convert that into a research facility where university students, undergrad, school students can spend a week or 2 weeks doing research, and DRI had started data collection with them, long-term data collection, and NSC, Nevada State College, is involved. Jennifer Edmonds is part of that. And so hopefully that'll lead to more opportunity for us to work with them. This work will focus on unique hydrology of the area, and also it'll help us understand the impact of climate change and water resources in Southern Nevada. And finally, I'm proud to report that our External Affairs and Communications team won 8 awards from the Nevada chapters of the Public Relations Society of America last month. The Pinnacle and Silver Spike Awards honor the best of communications, public relations, and media outreach in the Las Vegas and Reno areas. DRI won highest honor for our 60th anniversary campaign, our 2018 annual report, and our Behind the Science blog and video series. Thank you.
Thank you. President Helens?
Good afternoon, colleagues. Great Basin College right now is experiencing what I would call a little renaissance. And I think this is evidenced by our continuous increase in enrollment. Since the last count year, our full-time equivalent is up over 24%. And there's a renewed energy as well in student life. And I think it's the result of faculty and staff and administration working together to implement the enrollment management and communications plans. I think it's when we get to manage expectations, create guidelines, and have consistent practice that people really come together and then they create something new. And it doesn't occur by itself. I know that it occurs because of leadership at all levels. And I want to thank the efforts of Professor George Klebb, who is our Faculty Senate Chair, and Melanie Dodson, our new student government president, who's made such an incredible difference in such a short time, our Vice President of Student Academic Affairs, Jake Rivera, and Vice President Sonia Seibert, because together, working with faculty groups, they are really moving the college forward. So this is very difficult and challenging work. Both Professor Klebb and Vice President Rivera have co-chaired curriculum review. This is just concluding. This is not like program review. It's a much deeper dive where we look for issues and anything that might impede student success. So as you can imagine, when you look at that across the entire organization, it can be scary. But I will tell you that as challenging it is also rewarding because everyone is learning together, and we want to be more than sustainable. We want to make sure we are the most effective in pursuing student success. And also we're preparing for our accreditation visit in April, which is also taking a lot of our time, and I will keep you all updated. Thank you.
Thank you. President Hilgerson.
Good afternoon. So TMCC is proud to announce that as of December 1st, 2019, TMCC Energy is 100% green. 100% of our energy service is supported by renewable energy sources. Special thanks to Yvonne Allen, Craig Mebus, Dr. Ayo Akinola for spearheading many actions on campus to keep our future bright. This achievement is also the result of the NV Energy's NV Green Rider program, a program that the SGA asked us to invest in a couple of years ago to secure renewable energy, and also our membership in the National Second Nature Organization. This is a marvelous organization. I'm now on the National Steering Committee. I invite you all to come to our conference, which is in February. They require a baseline report, which is quite extensive, and that we did that report about 3 years ago, and that has set a really positive trajectory for us. Creating a sustainable campus that is committed to positive climate action and resiliency is one objective in our strategic master plan. We have many strategic priorities identified in college and unit strategic plans, all connected to one or more of the 5 NSHE goals. Planning includes improving completion rates, expanding dual enrollments, creating new and relevant programs, and being good listeners and good partners with industry by aligning our educational training with real need. And yet, the time has come again to embark on a revision of the strategic master plan, a review and revision. We will begin this process in January and look forward to presenting our strategic master planning improvements to the Board of Regents sometime in 2020. Also, since the September meeting, we completed a successful men's and women's first TMCC soccer season. You'll hear more about that in our report on Friday. What I appreciated most was the attendance of families at the majority of our home soccer games. It was so much fun to see babies in strollers with their young parents and their not as young grandmas and grandpas come out to enjoy the games at our beautiful new field on sunny Saturday afternoons. This community pathos was incredible. I mean, some of the games had between 150 and 200 people attend. It was really wonderful. And I'm really looking forward to enjoying the games during season 2 next year. A few recent campus highlights in the month of November included the Spartan Pledge event that honors veterans, followed by a very successful International Education Week featuring a former TMCC student, George Minwa. George shared his story of his life in Ghana, his transformative time with TMCC, and now his doctoral work in public health at Johns Hopkins. International Week also featured art, dance, and several interesting local speakers. The week was delightfully capped by TMCC's That's Entertainment Cabaret, a really fun musical theater production that was held in our Red Mountain Student Center. The vocals were amazing. The turnout to all of these events was excellent. In conclusion, I'm happy to mention that your materials include an approval request for the recently negotiated TMCC collective bargaining agreement, and we look forward to your vote. Thanks so much.
Thank you. President Miana.
I want to start by thanking you all for giving us the honor of hosting this meeting, and we welcome you to the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Joining me today are Dr. Janice McKay, Chair of the UNLV Faculty Senate, Stephanie Molina, our President of the Graduate and Professional Student Association, and Hannah Patnode, President of the Consolidated Students of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. They are terrific, terrific partners for me. So without a doubt, UNLV has had a record-breaking fall. We've hit record highs with our enrollment, retention, and graduation rates this semester. For the first time in its 62-year history, UNLV has eclipsed 31,000 students, with increases in undergraduate, graduate, and professional enrollment, but I will tell you a lot more about that when I do my institutional metrics presentation. Campus engagement is high with record attendance at our recent homecoming and a Rebels Give Day that raised over $1 million in one day from over 2,000 individual donors. We are really pleased to report that the UNLV School of Medicine has successfully earned provisional accreditation. This is the second of 3 steps, and so the school remains on track for full accreditation in 21-22. Thank you again for your continued support and contributions to the School of Medicine. UNLV's Air Force ROTC program, the Flying Rebels, is celebrating its 15th anniversary in 2019. Over the years, the program has commissioned more than 100 of its graduates as Air Force officers. In case you missed it, Swenson Street, a longtime gateway to UNLV for area residents and millions of annual visitors, received a new name with a more collegiate feel in November as it was officially unveiled as University Center Drive. And this new name really reflects a 4-year effort by alumni, students, and community members to more directly connect the university with the community. The Engelstadt Scholars Program, UNLV's largest active scholarship program, marks its 10-year anniversary this fall. More than 200 UNLV students have earned the Engelstadt Scholarship since '09, collectively completing more than 45,000 hours of community service. In October, as part of the Battle-Born Girls Innovate program, more than 50 middle and high school girls from CCSD were introduced to careers in science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. That 2-day program is hosted by UNLV's International Gaming Institute. UNLV students also continue to win coveted fellowships. UNLV senior political science major Acacia Cook was just one of 30 students in the nation selected by the U.S. Department of State as a Pickering Fellow. Also on par with our R1 status, geoscientist Elizabeth Hasroff is one of just 10 scientists selected by NASA to determine which soil samples will return to Earth for study from its highly anticipated Mars 2020 mission, and Libby's going to present here in a minute to tell you more about that. In partnership news, UNLV and tech leader Switch are partnering on a multi-year initiative to advance sports science, data analytics, and student-athlete success. The Switch Sports Science Studio and the renovated Lead Athletic Complex will support student-athletes and provide a resource for faculty and staff engaged in sports science-related research and innovation. And you will be hearing a lot more about this sports research and innovation initiative in the next few months. Additionally, tech industry leader Intel will partner with UNLV and Caesars Entertainment on Blackfire Innovation, a research and technology hub opening soon at the Harry Reid Research and Technology Park. UNLV continues to have excellent intellectual and cultural programming for the campus and for our community. The Boyd School of Law has been bringing in a slate of impressive speakers, including James Comey in September. More than 1,000 community members attended our first Barrack lecture of the season, featuring Academy Award-winning filmmaker Ryan Coogler from the movie Black Panther. In January, the university will welcome Anita Hill, educator, attorney, and women's rights advocate, and later this spring, Deepak Chopra will visit to discuss the nature of reality with us. So we hope you can join us for these events, and we thank you for your support of all the activity at UNLV.
Thank you. We will now go to item number 2, institutional student and faculty presentations. President Miana.
Thank you. Our student speaker today is Santiago Budinho Rosales. Santiago is a 5th-year student majoring in biological sciences and minoring in neuroscience. He came to UNLV from a small town in Tennessee, and he has truly taken advantage of the opportunities that crossed his path. He currently serves as the CSUN Student Body Vice President, and in his time at UNLV, he has served as an honors peer instructor, an LSAMP mentor, interned at Ross and Neal's Psychiatric Hospital, and worked on 2 presidential campaigns. I think what makes Santiago truly special is the way he uses all of these experiences to learn from people and the city and to expand his understanding of the world. And he is the kind of aspiring physician we want to keep in Nevada. His presentation today, and which is the basis of his honors research thesis, deals with the low utilization of HIV medications within the Latinx population. Though you won't have results until the spring, I understand, we're excited to see the outcome of your research. Please join me in welcoming Santiago.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Thank you. Hello, good morning. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Santiago. I am a fifth-year student studying biology here, and I do have hopes of going to medical school after graduation. As a pre-medical student, I have done a ton of volunteering across the city at clinics and hospitals, and I have seen firsthand some of the disparities that the Latinx community faces. Luckily, as an honors college student, I was able to ask these questions and implement them into my research through the Honors Research Senior Thesis. With the help of my advisor, Dr. Melva Thompson-Robinson, and the School of Public Health, I have this project, which is the factors associated with PrEP and PEP use among the Latinx. The slides were sent in a little preliminary, so bear with me as I go through it. Is this mine? Oh, awesome. So this is an overview of what I'll be discussing today. We'll begin with describing the Latinx population. As you can see, it has been increasing in the United States. The Latinx population now makes up the largest ethnic minority in the United States. As such, you would think that the group would be well off, but as the data shows, is that they face serious issues, especially in healthcare. HIV, or the human immunodeficiency virus, is still a retrovirus that is very prevalent in the United States. It is especially one that affects the Latinx population, where they made up a quarter of new HIV diagnoses in 2016. There are two anti-HIV medications known as PEP and PrEP that could aid in the HIV epidemic. However, they're not really being taken up by the Latinx population. PrEP, or pre-exposure prophylaxis, is a medication that one would take as a daily regimen to prevent HIV acquisition before exposure, and PEP, or post-exposure prophylaxis, is a medication that one would take after possible exposure to prevent HIV acquisition. Again, while these medications exist, there's little uptake within the Latinx population. That being said, after individuals learn about PrEP or PEP, there is high interest for it. So what this indicates is that there are obstacles that the Latinx community faces in obtaining these medications. The extant literature does shows us some systemic barriers that are out there and are affecting the Latinx community. Participants report that they get confused with PrEP and PEP, have significant questions as to how they should take the medication. There's also concerns about efficacy, meaning how well the drug works and to what degree does it actually work. There was also concerns with all medications with cost, being able to afford that medication, and there were also, these fears about being negatively labeled within the community. While these are certainly important and do play their own roles in preventing uptake of PrEP and PEP, there has to be more that's going on. Not only do I see these cultural barriers as being factors that could be playing a role here as someone who identifies as Latinx, but I have seen them validated through my time in the healthcare system here in Las Vegas. These cultural barriers include the machismo gender role, which is a role that men are asked to implement within their community. There is the sexual comfort levels that individuals hold in discussing sexual matters with their partners, with their doctors, and with others. There's also, the usage of community folk healers known as curanderos that offer spiritual healing, but maybe aren't up to date with Western healthcare practices. And finally, there's also these folk illnesses towards beliefs being fatalistic when it comes to diseases. Again, while these medications, PrEP and PEP, could aid in the HIV epidemic, uptake of these medications has been low, and these barriers may be playing a role here, though the literature is very limited and we don't really know. to find that out, I am proposing these two research questions that will help find predictors for PrEP and PEP use so that we can better give these drugs to the Latinx population. I use the sexual health model as a theoretical framework for my thinking here, where I was able to make an online Qualtrics survey that will be sent out nationally. We're hoping, Dr. Melva Thompson-Robinson and I, to get around 200 participants that meet the criteria of being Latinx over 18, of course. The survey will be available in English, but I'm also in the process of translating it into Spanish so that it is more accessible to the Latinx community. As President Miana said, this is ongoing research, so there are some steps for me. Luckily, I just submitted to IRB this Monday, so after I get their approval, I will be jumping on, sending out the survey, and gathering that data. From there, Dr. Melva Thompson and I will interpret the results, where I will then defend my senior thesis in April and graduate in May. After graduation is when I'm really excited to see the results and the implications of my research. The federal government and the CDC are hoping to better their efforts with PrEP and PEP, and my advisor and I know that my research will help better answer some of their questions moving forward. Maybe more exciting for me, I know that my findings will help healthcare providers, HIV prevention specialists, current physicians, and future physicians like myself better provide care to the community. People will know what the major deterrents are in taking up these incredibly helpful medications and in turn reduce HIV prevalence in the Latinx community. Thank you.
Thank you, Santiago. Are there any questions or comments?
I hope you also consider submitting your work for publication too, because this information is very timely and important.
Thank you.
Thank you. President Miana.
Our faculty speaker this afternoon has been making waves, as I mentioned before, in a whole other planetary world. Libby Hasrath attended Brown University, where she received her science bachelor's in geology chemistry with honors magna cum laude. She received her PhD from Penn State University in geoscience and astrobiology, where she was an NSF graduate fellow. And she then received a NASA postdoctoral fellowship to work at NASA Johnson Space Center. In 2009, she became an assistant professor at UNLV and was tenured and promoted to associate professor in 2015. Her research group has been continuously funded by NASA for 9 years, and she has recently been funded by NASA, as I said before, to be one of only 10 scientists in the Return Sample Science Participating Scientist Program on the Mars 2020 rover. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Libby Hasrath.
Thank you. My name is Libby Hasrath. I'm a faculty member in the Department of Geoscience at UNLV. And how do I make this go forward? Great, thank you. All right, and so the overall goal of my research program is to interpret water-rock interactions and past habitability on Earth and on Mars. And this is a picture of the MSL Curiosity rover that's currently roving around in Gale Crater on Mars. And so this is a picture here of Gale Crater, and there's a lot of evidence for past water-rock interactions and habitability in this environment, but a lot of questions, maybe as many questions have been raised as have been answered by observations. And so that's one of the things that my research group works on. And so this is Ngoc Liu, one of my PhD students, working in a glove box where we can synthesize minerals and do experiments on them in a controlled atmosphere that's relevant to conditions on Mars. We also do field work. So this is another PhD student, Anthony Feldman, and undergraduate Ben Azua, doing sampling on rocks that are high in iron and therefore relevant to Mars in arid Pickhandle Gulch, Nevada here, subarctic Newfoundland there, as well as in the Klamath, California, which has a Mediterranean climate. And so by looking at these processes, these water-rock interactions in various laboratory environments and field environments on Earth, we can learn more about observations from Mars. And then we also use modeling to help interpret observations. So this is an image of a sedimentary rock here from Gale Crater, and the colored dots here indicate the amount of silica present in that environment, indicating that past water flowed through this rock. And so we used modeling to quantitatively interpret these observations of past aeolian deposits, the water that flowed through them, and then after that water dried up, additional water flowing through those fractures. So all of these data are for the MSL Curiosity, and then in 2020, the Mars 2020 rover is going to launch and then land in 2021, and that's an artist's rendition of that rover, which has a lot of heritage from the MSL Curiosity rover there. And it's going to have a number of instruments, including the SuperCam instrument, which I'll be working with the SuperCam team, which can measure the chemistry of rocks and soils and minerals at a distance to give information about their characteristics and possible past environments. And then one of the really new things about Mars 2020 is it will collect the first samples for return from Mars to Earth. So here's a picture of Buzz Aldrin collecting lunar samples, and we know how much we've learned from samples from the moon. And then this is an artist's rendition of Mars 2020, which will also be collecting samples for return from Mars. And so this is an image of an example type of core sample there, which will be stored in the sample tube there, and then returned to Earth in that sample container there. And then this will take place in 3 phases. So the Mars 2020 rover will select and cache the samples because it has a number of cameras and instruments that will allow the best samples to be selected. And then those will be collected by a fetch rover, which won't have any instruments, but will just collect them, put them in the Mars Ascent Vehicle, and then send them back to Earth for analysis. And so why do we want samples from Mars so much? Of course, we have Martian meteorites, and we've learned so much from Martian meteorites about Mars, but collecting samples will allow us to collect suites of samples, so across different rock types, across different types of environments, to be able to collect samples that are more than one individual, that give us more information as a collection than an individual sample. It will also enable looking for evidence of past life, if it was present. Life leaves signatures in terms of organic molecules, minerals, chemistry, and isotopes. And so having samples on Earth allows us to use techniques that are available only on Earth and not even on the rovers, as good as they are. And then it also helps enable potential future human exploration of Mars. With the astronauts on the moon, it turned out that the lunar dust actually was very abrasive and was essentially cutting little holes in their suits. And it would be really useful to know information about that, about Mars before potentially sending humans. And finally, I'd like to say that science is a team sport. My students and postdocs and colleagues contribute a lot to this research. I'd like to acknowledge them as well as NASA for funding it. And with that, I'd like to thank you, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
So once they collect the samples, how long does it take to transport them back to Earth?
They are scheduled to be back in 2031. So they'll be collected, in 2026 is when they should be collected by the Fetch rover. That's designed to be within the probable lifetime of the Mars 2020 rover as an additional safety measure in case anything happens to the Fetch rover, and then they'll be launched back to Earth.
Interesting, thank you.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. Just 2 questions. Where is Pickhandle Gulch? I've never heard of that.
Oh, it's outside Tonopah.
Oh, okay, thank you. And I just want to say that from the first time I saw the press release on your work and I was so impressed. Right here in Nevada, right here in Las Vegas, to be doing this work. I mean, to go to Mars, you're not going, but to be part of that is just, it's like, I can hardly put my head around it. And was that picture actually from Mars, like the second slide you showed, was that?
Yes, yeah, Gale Crater, that's from Mars. Yeah,
Gosh,
yeah.
I mean, I almost have goose chills. So thank you so much for the work you're doing. I
Thank
mean,
you.
it's
I'm
so
just thrilled to
exciting.
be able to do it.
And
so.
you're such a wonderful role model for girls coming
you.
up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now go to item number 3, public comment. Chief of Staff Gould.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public comment will be taken during this agenda item. No action may be taken on a matter raised under this item until the matter is included on an agenda as an item on which action may be taken. Comments will be limited to 2 minutes per person. Persons making comment will be asked to begin by stating their name for the record and to spell their last name. The board chair may elect to allow additional public comment on a specific agenda item when that agenda item is being considered. In accordance with Attorney General Opinion Number 00-047, as restated in the Attorney General's Open Meeting Law Manual, the board chair may prohibit comment if the content of that comment is a topic that is not relevant to or within the authority of the Board of Regents, or if the content is willfully disruptive of the meeting by being irrelevant, repetitious, slanderous, offensive, inflammatory, irrational, or amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of other speakers. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in Elko?
No public comment from Elko.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in Reno?
There's none in Reno.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment in Las Vegas? If so, please step forward, state your name, spell your last name for the record, and you have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Robert Manis, M-A-N-I-S, College of Southern Nevada, and thank you for the chance to speak to you. I have been at CSN for 22 years in January, and I recall the first year or two I was here, the regents met and they had a long discussion about how to make Nevada a more diverse economy and more competitive state. And the goal at the time was to make Nevada be in the top 20% of states, which had been state number 10. And a number of proposals were addressed at that time to try to do this thing. Now it seems that our goal is only to be at or above market. Well, we've seen the study. Study claims that we're there, but that's not the facts. A study by the Gallagher Group did not use the comparators that CSN uses for everything that it does. And of course, as you know from testimony last spring, the schools for the R1 universities in our state were compared to state colleges in other states. Right now, we're at a turning point. Nevada has had 10 years of recovery from a terrible recession. We don't know when the next one is going to hit. If there is a time for salaries to be raised, it would be now, because otherwise we may not have another chance for another decade. Right now, I'd like to ask the regents to reconsider this model that they're implementing in the salary study, and also to clear the way for collective bargaining at the collective bargaining schools to be able to address the salary issues there according to their abilities as schools to pay for them. I thank you, and I appreciate your service.
Thank you. Next. Somebody next.
Somebody next.
State your name and you have 2 minutes.
My name is Luis Ortega, O-R-T-E-G-A, and I'm a counselor at CSN. Today I want to talk to you about finally signing a collective bargaining contract. We are the largest institution in the state of Nevada. Our enrollment increased to 35,771 students for fall 19. We as CSN faculty have the responsibility to educate 35,771 students. That's simple. Our graduation rate has increased to 14%. 2 years ago, it was 7%. The faculty at CSN deserves credit for it and compensations. The words compensations and recognitions have not been used to describe the faculty. As a matter of fact, I do not hear our administrators saying the faculty deserves more of the credit for increasing graduation since 2010, 2011. Here's another piece of information that you might know. Research indicates that meaningful student professor interactions increase retention and graduation, especially for first-generation college students and minority students. We are doing a great job assisting the needs of our students and helping them to graduate and complete their goals at CSN. It is time to be compensated and recognized for the great work faculty is doing at CSN. I promise you that faculty will increase even more our retention and graduation rate, but we need to get compensated. And we need our collective bargaining contract to be signed. And we're here to ask the Board of Regents for help to do that. Everybody keeps passing the ball and saying, we cannot sign that contract because there's some sticking points that only the Board of Regents can agree. We're here to say, please help us with those sticking points. Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Hello, my name is Ted Chodock. That's C-H-O-D-O-C-K. And I'm a librarian at CSN. I want to speak, building on what Luis just said about signing the contract. Part of the reason from the beginning for the negotiations was over salary issues, and they're still unresolved. But what we see in the salary study that you're discussing today is that a lot of those issues have not really been addressed at all. CSN developed a comparative group in IPEDS of 10 institutions. And if you compare CSN faculty salary to that comparison group, they are 9% below the average for full-time and 8.8% below the average for part-time faculty. The Gallagher Group chose a list of 60 institutions to compare against. What was the reasoning behind those 60 as opposed to the 10 that we compare for benchmarking ourselves in all other ways? Now, that group of 60 institutions showed that we're paid enough at the community college. Now, I'm sure there were good reasons for their choices. However, it does seem very convenient that the institutions chosen show that we are at or above where we should be for compensation. And I urge a reconsideration of that because the reason why CSN, one of the major reasons why CSN faculty voted to have union representation was because of not being heard when it comes to salary issues. And this is another example of that continuing. Thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Aminul KM. KM, just the letters. I'm at CSN Math faculty, and I'm here to speak to you guys directly. And I hope you pay attention, not just sit there and act like you're listening. You guys are politicians. Next year, election is coming up, and you will be accountable for that because this collective bargaining is going for so long. And some of the other things, I'm going to repeat myself. COLA is not a raise. CSN haven't got it raised for last 10 or so years, correct? And I hope you understand that. And I get the feeling that CSN tends to get marginalized. There's that we get paid 78% of the UNLV and so on. And Chancellor O'Reilly came and tried to do that study. And then right there, I found it, we're not there. And then it went some other study and I don't know what happened. And it got stopped. I hope you understand that. And we're not even talking about PEB, healthcare, because our healthcare, the way we get paid through healthcare, it's horrible. And that's a different beast. But right now we're talking about give us a better pay. And it's at every level it's there. We are fighting and we want to make sure that students who come to our campuses, they get well educated and they're ready for UNLV or UNL or any other institution. But this is creating a situation where we feel like we're not compensated accordingly. Again, COLA is not a raise, so please do not use COLA as a saying that you are getting raised every year and so on. Make that strong consideration and also direct the people who's negotiating. One of the big reasons we hear that is only Board of Regents can negotiate these issues. So make that person, whoever can negotiate on your behalf, come to us directly so we can negotiate. Because we're getting so many walls. So every time when we bring up issues, they say that, oh, we cannot talk about it because of Board of Regents and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Stacy Walters. I'm tenured faculty in Fine Arts and Vice President of CSN Chapter of NFA. I'm here to talk about salary and contract negotiations. We've been negotiating our first faculty contract with CSN for nearly 4 years. Faculty are fed up. Hiring faculty is more difficult. We beg others to come and work there because of low wages, and competitiveness is low. The Ombudsman tomorrow in Faculty Senate will report a steep increase in salary complaints over the past year. Faculty are pressured to bring money in through grants, creating more work, but the pay also forces them to work second jobs or even at multiple schools. The Gallagher study lies about the competitiveness about our salaries, even saying we're overpaid, when other reports have shown CSN faculty at 70 or 73% with comparable institutions. It's demoralizing. Faculty Senate meetings are increasingly focused on salary discrepancies, which are discussed at length, and anger is mounting. Pay promises were made in regard to returning the faculty step increases, placing MFAs on the top tier salary grade, and doing routine salary studies for market hires, all promises not kept. This is why we need grievance arbitration to rebuild faculty trust at CSN. Grievance arbitration is not salary disputes. It's a cost-effective way of settling grievances without incurring the legal fees of courts. And over time, grievance arbitration becomes the incentive for administrators and unions to reduce the number of grievances and settle those that are filed without going to arbitration. In a way, it is a way to reduce costs and create a process for negotiating. Obviously, this is needed after 4 years of attempting negotiations. Resolve this contract, settle it, support employees, support academia. In a room full of highly educated individuals, where would you be without your college educators?
Thank you. Next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Marie Falcone, Falcone. I am a current four-year political science major with a minor in public policy with the Brookings Mountain West Institution at UNLV. I'm also the current CSUN Senate President and have been a part of CSUN for the last 3 years. This past semester, I've been enrolled in a metropolitan policy course where myself and the rest of my classmates were directed to pick a policy issue that affects the greater Las Vegas metro. My topic was on higher education in the state of Nevada and the disparate outcomes coming from the current NSHE funding formula, as well as the inequitable infrastructure differences between UNLV and UNR's campuses. The current funding formula does not properly support our community and state colleges. The current formula is structured to benefit universities, as it supports completion and performance, rather than enrollment rates. Community colleges aren't meant to have high graduation rates. Their metrics of success should be measured upon enrollment rates, as they are a gateway to higher education to many of our Nevada citizens. Furthermore, if UNLV wanted to be the same size as UNR's campus as far as instructional and research space, we'd have to build the entire area of downtown Summerlin on our campus. There is close to a 10,000 student difference between UNLV and UNR, with UNLV having the higher population. So why isn't this a priority? Why don't we have enough space, but UNR has too much? As I'm about to graduate, I'm proud to say I'll be staying in Las Vegas, as it is, in my opinion, the best city in the nation, but I am a little biased. I can only hope that the leaders of NSHE can create equitable solutions to these problems that are currently very inequitable and unfair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. Distinguished Regents, Chancellor, esteemed college and university presidents, my name is Adrian Havas, H-A-V-A-S. I'm president of Nevada Faculty Alliance. I'm speaking today on behalf of my fellow CSN faculty, of which I'm professor. And I'm here to protest the current salary schedule proposal that is on the agenda today. The salary document states, quote, the Gallagher Company found that current NSHE academic and admin salary schedules and pay are overall, quote, overall above the market or competitive and did not need to be revised at this time, unquote. This statement is an insult to hardworking college faculty throughout Nevada who have received only sporadic cost of living adjustments since the Great Recession of 2008. Gallagher's comparison groups, as has been already mentioned in today's proceedings for CSN and of 60 institutions, led to this result. But to the contrary, our fact-finding report recently completed on contract negotiations came up with this conclusion, quote, "The IPEDS Data Feedback Report 2018 comparison group of 10 institutions shows the average CSN professor salary of $67,658 is 9% below the average professor salary of $75,015 in the comparison group. Moreover, the average instructor salary of CSN is $54,130, which is 8.8% below the average in the comparison group. I myself have been contacted numerous times on this topic by concerned NFA faculty members struggling to make ends meet. For instance, and for example, one newly tenured faculty member in English wrote me, lately, Faculty Senate Chair has distributed a report about faculty salaries in order to compare CSN salaries to other colleges. Based on this chart, I am among the lowest paid faculty members, not just at CSN, but in the state of Nevada. My current salary after 8 years at CSN is $57,300. I appreciate your attention today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Kristen Cadet. I'm currently a senior enrolled in the College of Southern Nevada High School program. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you for providing the funding for me to be able to attend the program, because I can honestly stand here and say that it changed my life for the better. I've gotten to be able to challenge myself harder and push myself further in ways that I've never gotten the opportunity to do before. So at my previous high school, I've learned to be able to advocate for myself with college instructors, which I think is really important for when I graduate and enter into the workforce. Because the College of Southern Nevada High School gives you an opportunity to kind of arrange your schedule the way you want it to. You can put breaks in certain areas and kind of make your schedule personal to you. I learned to be more accountable and responsible for my actions, not just, using my breaks wisely, not just spending time on my phone, actually logging into Canvas, completing some homework, turning in some assignments. With all of that, it also shaped me as a person. I learned to be more kind of open when it comes to interacting with other people. Before I got the opportunity to attend the school, I was kind of more shy, more reserved, more timid, didn't want to really speak to anyone, but now I'm here. I just wanted to highlight the importance of the program, because I definitely see a growth in myself and in my peers ever since we started the program and up until now. In a short few months, I'm happy to say that I will be graduating with my associate's degree a few weeks prior to high school graduation, so I just wanted to say thank you for funding the program. I know I speak for myself and for the behalf of the entire student body at the College of Southern Nevada High School student body. Thank you, and I really, really hope that you would continue to fund the program, because it is one of the most life-changing decisions I've ever made. So thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name is Keisha Westbrooks, and I'm a felon, but I'm also a current college student, thanks to the CSN Prison Education Program. I can remember sitting in my cell for many years, beating myself up, thinking that life was over, that there was no life after felony. And it wasn't until the CSN Prison Education Program came that I found that life wasn't over, that there were things that I can do, that I don't need to be ashamed of my past mistakes, that I can hold my head high, and that life depends on what I'm willing to work for. I am currently enrolled at CSN full-time as a communications major. Because of the hope and the confidence that I was given from the CSN Prison Education Program, I now am, once I graduate, plan to transfer to UNLV to get my bachelor's degree and go on to law school. I'm a firm believer. I am a firm believer that to whom much is given, much is required, which is why I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Prison Education Program. It changed my life. It gave me hope. It showed me that there's more for me to do in this world, that felony doesn't mean everything is over. And it's my hope that the women and men coming out of prison after me will have the same opportunities. So please continue to fund this program, because it can definitely help other incarcerated people find out that there is hope, there is life after felony, and I'm very grateful to the CSN President Education Program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Esther Paul-Cazares. I'm one of the academic counselors at CSN, and I'm really here to just keep it really short and simple. I would rather be seeing students right now. Finals is coming up, registration is ongoing, but we really just need to sign this contract. We want to keep the morale up and we want to retain our students. We want to love coming to work, which we already do, but this contract just needs to get signed. We need your help. We need your support. And I just echo everything my other colleagues have said. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenda White. I've been here before. I'm a professor at CSN and chair of the collective bargaining team. Thank you for the opportunity once again to address you, but I am short and simple today. It has been far too long. We need to get it done. We have provided the data, we have provided the research, we have provided faculty, student testimonies. There is nothing else to provide. There is nothing else to do. In the interest of good faith, for the good of CSN, for the good of this community, for the good of the students, for the good of the Board of Regents, we need to sign a contract, not just any contract, a good substantive contract that benefits CSN faculty and students, and of course the administration. I don't feel that we need to beg. I'm asking you in good faith to act on the data and the information that has been presented. It has been far too long. It needs to come to an end. And as the old adage goes, a woman or man is judged by his or her value. We need to be paid. We need to be paid well. We are good educators, and I know that you recognize that and that you know that. So I'm asking you for your support. Please help us sign this contract. We do not need to go another semester, another week. This needs to end. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment in Las Vegas? Seeing none, we will close public comment. We will go to item number 4, Regents Welcome Introductions and Reports. Do any regents have any? Regent Perkins.
In the essence of time, okay, hello, okay. In the essence of time, I will only mention one standout event. It was the collaboration between NSC, UNLV, and Community College, or College of Southern Nevada. They had a job fair, and it was well attended. It was in coordination with the graduation cap and gown pickup, and it filled the whole top of the rotunda of the Thomas and Mack. There were over 200 presenters there, which gave our graduate students, or graduating students and graduate students, an opportunity to meet with employers prior to their graduation and perhaps secure, employment. So it was a pretty impressive event.
Thank you. Any others? Regent Hayes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had the opportunity to visit one of our campuses in the north, the University of Nevada, Reno, and I want to say that it was an amazing experience, and they had decorated their field so lovely with a beautiful red cannon. And I just thought it was just so pretty that they would put that right down there on the field for everyone to see. And I just wanted to thank them for their hospitality and for having such a beautiful cannon and returning it to us safely. Thank you very much.
Any other comments? Thank you. We'll go to item number 5, Chair of the Nevada Student Alliance report. Nicola.
Good morning, or afternoon, I guess, everyone. Before I begin my report, I would like to congratulate Tamara Gwynn, the president of the GSA at UNR. She just passed her comprehensive exam and is now a doctoral student in equity and diversity in education. So just a round of applause for her, because that's awesome. So during our NSA meeting this morning, we had a discussion surrounding the conversations of our undocumented, FAFSA ineligible, and international student leaders and workers on campus, and their inability to serve in student government associations. This is a problem across the state of Nevada and all the institutions. In certain situations, a student might get all the way to the point of winning an election and then having to drop out or decline the offer of being a part of the student government because they can't complete the required paperwork. Even if that student wants to volunteer their time, it's not an option that's available to them. These students who are undocumented, FAFSA ineligible, or international students pay the same tuition and fees as we do and deserve the same opportunity to gain valuable leadership skills and have a well-rounded college experience that prepares them to pursue opportunities by the time graduation comes around. I share this with you today because this is urgent and of the utmost importance that we as the Nevada system of higher education collaborate to find an immediate solution that allows for these students, our students of Nevada, to be compensated for their service, to take on leadership opportunities that my peers and I and NSA have the privilege of partaking in. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to continued conversation about this topic in the very near future.
Regent Hayes.
Not canon related. I just had a question of President Opfer or maybe some of her colleagues there. If it weren't for this meeting today and tomorrow, where would you guys be today?
I would be studying for my finals that are next week and my campaign class that I have to do.
The rest of you, with the finals time on all your campuses? Just curious, I've got an idea for new business that maybe we look at adjusting our schedule so as to allow more student participation from the general student body, but particularly from our student leaders who are required to be here.
Thank you. All right, we will go to the Classified Staff Council report. Michelle.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle O'Reilly, and I am the Secretary of the NSHE Classified Council. I am also an administrative assistant in the Department of College Community Engagement at Nevada State College. Thank you, Chair Geddes and other members of the Board of Regents for recognizing the important role of classified staff and the NSHE Classified Council. The Council has been meeting to develop a sustainable infrastructure and discuss topics that we have prioritized as important to classified staff on a system-wide level. Topics we are discussing include Senate Bill 135. We will continue to explore and discuss this bill and its potential impacts on classified staff, including methods of advocating for the reinstatement of longevity pay through collective bargaining and inclusion in the Board of Regents' legislative priorities. Classified retirement programs. We are encouraging all institutions to review and possibly implement retired staff programs, such as the ones in place at UNR and TMCC, and to look at the possibility of adding retired staff grant and aid to the existing and future programs. System-wide expansion of reduced cost family education benefits for classified staff. We are gathering data regarding the existing programs within NSHE institutions and will work with those that do not have programs in place to develop proposals for the expansion of benefits, qualified classified staff, and family members. AJR 5. The Classified Council is currently working on understanding and disseminating information regarding AJR 5. Since we are less than 1 year from this bill going to a public vote, the Classified Council will work to share information regarding the bill with all classified staff with the goal of encouraging them to be informed voters. The Board of Regents Classified Employee of the Year Award. The Classified Council is working on a proposal for future consideration. This award would provide the Board of Regents an opportunity to recognize and reward hardworking, dedicated staff system-wide. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to represent the NSHE Classified Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to item number 7, Chair of the Faculty Senate Chairs Report. Brian.
Sure. Thank you. Brian Frost, Chair of the Faculty Senate at the University of Nevada, Reno, and Chair of the Council of Chairs for the Nevada System of Higher Education. I wanted to start actually by adding something really quick to what President Johnson said about my colleague Christina Varanova's chemistry demonstrations. She'll be performing at halftime of the UNR basketball game on December 10th, which is a game that about 4,000 Washoe County students are brought to our campus thanks to the Neil J. Redfield Foundation. So that's kind of a fun piece of information that'll be coming up. 11 o'clock start time, I think, if anybody wants to go. On behalf of the Faculty Senate Chairs, I'd like to begin by thanking each member of the Board of Regents for your time and service to our institutions. We appreciate the long hours and thoughtful deliberation you all bring to your positions. We'd also like to acknowledge the work put in by the presidents, faculty, staff, and students across the Nevada system of higher education, elevating our institutions and the state. We're in the midst of significant changes across our system. We're searching for a chancellor. We have or will shortly have searches for presidents at both universities. This is in addition to the cloud of AJR 5 hanging over everything. The Senate chairs very much appreciate the value Chancellor Riley has placed on shared governance and the willingness of this board, Chancellor Riley, Vice Chancellor Abba, and others throughout NG to work with the Senate chairs to come up with policies that can work for our institutions and faculty. We're hopeful that the next chancellor and the presidents will continue to value, encourage, and support shared governance throughout our system and institutions. The faculty are looking forward to hearing later at this meeting about the impacts felt across the institutions due to the COLA shortfall from this past legislative session. This was a cut and an unexpected one with consequences to our institutions and students. We hope that the legislature will fund COLA fully in the coming years. At minimum, we hope the legislature will engage in a discussion about any policy changes related to funding our institutions and avoid unexpected cuts to our budgets. The Council of Chairs would also like to thank the Regents for initiating and supporting the Performance Pay Task Force. We are encouraged by the work of the task force and look forward to the recommendations from this group. The faculty are hopeful and optimistic we can move the needle in returning performance pay to our faculty as soon as possible. And we hope that faculty compensation will be a top priority of this board as we move through the budget process for the next legislative session. As you know, our institutions have grown and evolved over the past decade, and it's time we transition from focusing on capital projects and to look inward to strengthen and support the human capital we have across our institutions. As I've said before, our state and really the country as a whole is going through a decade plus of economic growth. And if faculty are not going to be supported during this time of growth, then when will we be? The continued failure to reward outstanding performance by our faculty needs to end, or our institutions will start moving backwards. The faculty are appreciative that the board will consider utilizing the NV Energy incentive funding to support co-requisite implementation across the system. The implementation of COREC is a huge lift for our institutions and the faculty, and will hopefully be a boon to our students. This funding will help get this implementation going and improve student success, so we thank you for your consideration on that. Like many of our campuses around the country, our institutions are battling a rise of hatred, bias, incivility, and an ongoing infiltration by white supremacists. Our political climate has clearly emboldened these fringe groups. We need to be sure that all voices on our campuses are heard. A college campus should be a place where we can discuss and debate ideas openly and civilly. That said, we also need to be clear that racism, hatred, misogyny, bigotry have no place on our campuses or in a civil society. As we reach the end of the fall semester, assignments start coming due, grading piles up, the stress level for both students and faculty rapidly rises and occasionally boils over. However, this all culminates in one of the most exciting times on our campus, commencement. And so we look forward to seeing many of you at our institutions over the coming days and weeks as we celebrate our students' success. UNR's graduation is Saturday, by the way. So thank you all again for your time and service to our institutions in the great state of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move to the Chancellor's report. Chancellor Riley.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. Regents, good afternoon, everybody. Just very briefly, I wanted to say I once again thank the Council of Presidents. We meet regularly, the Faculty Senate, and the elected student leaders for their continued willingness to collaboratively work and resolve issues in higher education. I rely on them quite a bit as we address many of the challenging issues with higher education, and I appreciate their collaborative nature and dialogue. Just want to mention on Tuesday, I was invited to speak at the Federal Student Aid Presidential Summit that was hosted in Reno, Nevada. It's about 7,200 individuals attended that. The focus is on financial aid. I invited 4 students to join me, a Nevada Promise Scholar, a former foster care youth, a young man who was in our dual enrollment program with the HVAC program, and a dreamer. And I can say is that for 3 days of a conference, we were the only ones that brought students to speak. And it was very impactful. We kind of ended one of the sessions with the students telling their personal stories about many of the initiatives that this board has passed. And I can tell you, without question, it was very, very, very impactful. The presidents and those that were intended appreciated the perspective from students and to dialogue with them. So I want to say thanks to the students who were willing to show and share their personal stories. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now go on to item number 9, the board chair's report. Just a couple of items. The chancellor and I did have the opportunity to meet with the interim superintendent of the Washoe County School District to talk about the programs that we're partnering with the Clark County School District on and discuss potential opportunities to expand in the Washoe County School District and beyond. I thought it was a very good meeting, and we're looking forward to putting something together and bringing that back to the board for its consideration. I also wanted, for those of you who weren't in cultural diversity this morning, at the HSI MSI Symposium and the Southern Nevada Diversity Summit, it was very impressive to me that we had our entire Southern delegation attend the event and be there for quite a while of the event, sharing their thoughts on DC and what we could do in education. And I think it's the first time we've ever had the chair of education in the state of Nevada. And they were just very good presentations. I loved all of them. And with that, that concludes my report. We will now go to item number 9, consent items. 10, consent items. See, I got to scribble out the 9.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I just have a question.
Are there any items that anybody would like to be pulled?
That's
Regent
me.
Perkins.
Yes, I just have a few questions on number E.
10E.
Yes.
Regent Carvalho.
I also have questions on item D and item I.
Any others? Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda except for those 3 pulled items?
So moved.
Do I have a second? That was a motion by Regent Lieberman, second by Regent Trachuk. Any discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10D, Regent Carvalho.
Just maybe a short note of clarification. On the actual policy proposal, down on page 5 of 11, item E, I guess that would be 3E. This is the first time that the term finance department is in this, and I was wondering if this should be defined in the introduction section. Or should this, instead of finance department, should it be changed to chancellor, chief of finance officer, or designee? I don't know if this is something that is worth
CFO Klinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Andrew Klinger. I think Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer would make sense, which is similar to paragraph D above that.
I'd concur. I think just for consistency's sakes, we made some changes around the CFO that would make a lot of sense.
So is that a motion to approve that item with those changes?
Yes, that would be a motion.
Second.
Motion from Regent Carvalho, as amended, second from Regent Perkins. Any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10E, Regent Perkins.
I just have a question. Well, I'd like a little bit about the history of how the funds got moved from the institutional level up to the NCHE level in the first place.
Barbara Talisman, Executive Director of the CSN Foundation, for the record. Thank you for asking. The Nevada Self-Insured Association made a gift to the CSN Foundation many years ago with criteria that has really been unable to allow us to make that scholarship, to award that scholarship. So when I came on a year ago, we started having conversations because our goal is to give money away, not to keep it in the bank. So one of their criteria, just to answer that question, was that a student had to prove a death certificate or a disability certificate because it's part of a self-insured association. They weren't willing to move off on that and decided that they would rather award that scholarship on their own. So it was placed in an NCHE endowment moons ago. And so in order to get it released back to them so that they can award the scholarship as they see fit, it requires the Board of Regents approval.
Thank you. Thank you for that very thorough answer.
You're very welcome.
Thank you. Is that a motion for
That
approval,
is a
Regent
motion
Perkins?
for approval.
From Regent Perkins, second from Regent Lieberman. Any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item 10I, tuition registration fee discounts. Regent Carvalho.
I just noticed that some institutions mention the WUI discount and others do not. And on WUI's website, it shows that all of the institutions participate in that. So I just, again, note of clarification on why some of them included WUI and some of them didn't, or maybe they're listed as a different name. I just wanted a clarification on that.
CFO Klinger.
Mr. Chairman, I would defer to the institutions on that question.
Yeah.
As an example, UNR has Nevada Advantage and MGM listed as fee discounts. So WUI is not listed on there, just as an example.
President Johnson, and then President Miana.
We certainly do have the WUI program as a discount. I don't know why we didn't list it. It could be because it's a WICHE program that we offer, but that we will get it back on there. The Nevada Advantage is a unique program to UNR. I can say that because it's kind of a mid-range. Those who did not qualify for WUI but had really strong backgrounds, we gave a discount. And the discount itself is according to policy, but we'll amend this with the WUI discounts.
President Miana, and then
Pretty much the same here. I think it was an interpretation of the request, and we just didn't put WUI. We were kind of blind to that one, but easy to put that back in.
If I could.
Chancellor Riley.
Chair Geddes, we'll just make sure that that's consistent. I think you bring up a good point too. So we'll just make sure that as that reporting is done too, that's we do consistently include that.
Then I would move, I'm sorry.
Regent Hayes, and then Regent Carvalho.
Yeah, I just wanted to, for Regent Carvalho's sake, the little historical context, as I recall, was 4 years ago, President Johnson, I think UNR came to us, and they at the time were the second largest WUI school in the country behind Northern Arizona, as far as number of students taking advantage of WUI. However, they realized when we changed the funding formula at the legislature in 2013, there was an allotment given to each school based on the number of enrolled students, regardless of origin, whether they were from Nevada or outside. They realized that they were giving WUI you pay 150% of in-state tuition. And they realized without that state allotment, because in 2013 you lost a state portion share for a student that was attending from out of state, but you got to retain all out-of-state fees that went to that institution. So they realized they were losing money by courting so many students from Northern California. So they came to us with a proposal for the Nevada Advantage Plan, which was 200% of in-state. My recollection of it was different than President Johnson's, where he said it was people who were not eligible for WUI. It was actually displacing existing WUI. They were exactly who was eligible for WUI, but they were now moved into this other one because they were losing money on WUI. When we did research into WUI at that time, there's a lot of schools listed on the WUI website as participating in WUI that only nominally participate. They may say they participate, and then you dig down into their details, and it's, we'll accept 5 students a year in this, high needs, speech pathology program. It's, at Arizona State or something like that. And none of the UC schools really participate other than Merced. And so there's a wide disparity. So that's kind of where we want that. I don't know how many are still left. It'd actually be interesting for us to hear, with the change to Nevada Advantage, are there any WUI students left at UNR? If so, how many?
Yes, this is Mark Johnson from UNR. Yes, we do still have WUI students who are very highly qualified. And Regent Hayes is right. When we recognized that we had a really strong WUI presence on the campus, actually giving those students from California better deals than some of our own really good students. That's when we proposed the 200% of in-state fees. We went to the WUI program at WICHE and said what our problem was, could we change the factor to 2.0 instead of 1.5? Said, oh no, we got our program, it's going to be forever 1.5, so we had to do the adjustment and create the Nevada Advantage program for students who were formerly WUI eligible, but we raised the standards for WUI, and those Nevada Advantage students were no longer eligible for WUI. So we created this mid-range program with a discount.
Thank you. Regent Cafarello?
Then I will move to approve item I with those additions or changes to WUI.
There will be direction to CFO Klinger to update the reports to reflect the WUI and bring them back. And do I have a second? Second from Regent Perkins. President Hilderson.
I'd like to speak after this vote, if that's okay.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Any more questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. President Hilderson.
So Karen Hilgerson for the record. There's time for intellectual debate, and there's time for collective decision-making, and then time for implementation. And I'm thrilled that the former is complete with regard to our collective bargaining agreement that you just voted to approve. We are very thankful. This new contract is a win-win for faculty, for managers, and even contains a few positive strategies that will directly affect TMCC students in the way of advising. Special thanks goes to Elena Bubnova, who was the chief negotiator for the management team, Julie Ellsworth, Jim New, Sharon Worm until she had the audacity to retire, and then she was replaced by Andy Hughes, Ronnie Fox, and great thank you to the faculty members who were involved. They put in a lot of extra time. Scott Huber, Cheryl Cardoza, and Steve Bales. We are so grateful. And of course, I'd like to extend thanks to John Albrecht and Joe Reynolds for their legal support and assistance. We are really, again, very appreciative, and this is really a good contract. Thanks so much.
Thank you. We will go to item number 11, honorary degree, Malcolm Feely. President Johnson.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you've all read this nomination, so I'll give you some additional information that's really not in the program. We are proposing Dr. Feely because of his 30-year contribution to the master's and doctoral programs in judicial studies at UNR. He has been fundamental in creating the program and teaching in the program and attracting great attorneys and judges to be teachers in the program. So why would a Berkeley professor start a program at UNR? That's what I want to add. The National Judicial College is in Reno. And because so many judges come from around the world and all over the United States to study legal practice at National Judicial College, it was a perfect place to take these judges who get their training in judicial leadership at the National Judicial College and say, do you want more education? And they say, well, sure. And that's when the master's degree and the doctoral degree were created in judicial studies, actually being taught by these professors from Berkeley and around the country. So for the 30-year development of these graduate programs at UNR and judicial studies, we propose that Professor Feely get this honorary degree in humane letters.
We have a motion. Motion from Regent.
I move to.
Motion from Regent Trachok, second from Regent Leroy. Comment?
Well, I do have a comment. This it's because of Jim Richardson that Malcolm was brought here to start this program at the university. And he's a remarkable individual. He's not a lawyer. He's not a judge. He's a sociologist who has published widely and speaks all over the world on issues of criminal justice reform. I think it's just a fabulous honor for somebody who's been such a huge made such a huge contribution to the Judicial College, to the university, and to his University of Berkeley, and to ours up in Reno.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item number 12, honorary degree, Delora Zacek.
Yes, this is another very special person who grew up in Oregon but moved early to Nevada, so I consider her to be a Nevada native. She went to school at UNR, started in medical school, but became a operatic star. So she had a great career back in New York as an opera singer, mezzo-soprano, but what she's really added, she's just completing her performance career in some of the best venues in the world, but not stopping there. She says, I want to create a future for my industry. I want to create a future for young, potentially operatic stars. So she has created this Institute for Young Dramatic Voices. She's had this in several different places, and now she's settled at the University of Nevada, Reno as the place to host this Institute for Young Operatic Voices. And so she is contributing back to the community by working with young people to become opera stars. I have attended a couple of her performances of these young operatic singers, and she also calls the program the program for big voices. Believe me, she's training really big voices, and I can see why they're opera stars. So because of her phenomenal performance career and giving back to her art, we propose Delora Zacek for an honorary degree in humane letters.
Do I have a motion for approval? Motion from Regent Trachok, second from Regent McAdoo. Any questions, comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you all.
After item 13. Item 13, Community College Committee Report. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. Okay, we met on October 18th. I gave a very short report. Vice Chancellor Nate McKinnon gave his report. We welcome Randy Robertson. He's the new CSN IAC chair. We've got over 10,000 applications for the Nevada Promise Scholarship for next year. And right now we have 1,693 students in the Nevada Promise. And we had a request from Regent McAdoo to provide the balance to us at the January meeting. WNC talked about their new computing services. They did a overview and a revamp. TMCC talked about their health and wellness program and their soccer. CSN wants to add basketball. Let's see, what else? We had an update on the multi-campus district model and the student unions, which are all open by now and running well. Each IAC gave their individual report. Each president gave their report. And our unique highlights came from TMCC. They have a brand new chair also, BJ North, her first meeting. She did the big report. And with that, we approve the minutes, and I move for approval of the committee recommendation and acceptance of the report.
I have a motion from Regent Del Carlo, second from Regent McAdoo. Are there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. We will take a recess until 2 p.m. We're at item number 14, Institutional Metrics, College of Southern Nevada. President Zaragoza. Mike.
Chancellor Geddes, regents, colleagues, and guests, thank you for this opportunity to present the CSN Metric Update Report for this fiscal year. Please note that the report is structured and is aligned to the entry goals of access, success, closing the achievement gaps, workforce, and research. So our first item that we're going to be looking at today is access, and I simply wanted to reaffirm what you've been hearing throughout the last year, and that's that the College of Southern Nevada continues to grow, and we continue to diversify. We touch 60,000 unduplicated students a year, and we also see increased growth not only in the credit and degree-seeking side of the house, but also in our non-credit enrollments, which includes many of those populations who really are in need of a second chance and the ability to connect to our systems, like the adult basic education and literacy groups. In addition to that, I think if you look at the trends, you see that we're also not only growing, but we are seeing a trend line towards increasing FTE. So that bodes well for us. That indicates that more of our students are taking more courses at the College of Southern Nevada, and that will pay dividends for us in terms of student success, because we all kind of see that relationship that full-time students do much, much better academically than those that are here part-times. The economic profile for our students has been pretty consistent. Again, they reflect the community that we serve. And then the bottom line for us is that the whole focus now, it's not just access, it's to look at access in the context of completion. And so we're looking at the relationship to degrees earned and certificates earned. So that's at a high level some of the access framework that we use. And then here are some of the results of this access framework. And one is that our students, again, that they're getting younger. Last time I reported, they were 27, now they're 25. And I'll explain a little bit about what that represents. In some ways, it's our ability to create robust pathways from the high schools. We also see a continuation of a very healthy cohort of international students. Our students continue to reflect the community. That makes us a minority-majority institution, and we'll see some data that continues to project that out. Some of the variables for closing the gaps is truly important for us. Again, 71% of our students are part-time. And we have efforts, obviously, to increase the number of those students that can migrate to full-time status, or to at least increase the number of hours they're taking while they're here at CSN. An important dimension of our students, again, diverse students, diverse programs, is that we also have and are beginning to diversify and strengthen our pipelines to the high school system. CCSD now has become very important to us in terms of our strategy to continue to grow and to gain access to our community. And one of the areas you're going to be hearing about is our dual enrollment programs. programs. But that discussion also should be understood in the context of not just dual enrollment programs, but high school students now that are getting into the pipeline. And you heard from one of them earlier today, students that are actually taking enough dual enrollment programs in the high school to graduate from high school with an associate's degree. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. I mentioned the non-credit students, and that number is pretty substantial. We have almost 1,400 adult literacy students within the CSN system, and then we have another 2,000 limited English speaking students. So when we talk about pathways, CSN is truly important to the community, and I think that speaks to the whole spirit of access in a community college mission-driven institution. I wanted to provide one important variable of information here, and that is that 22% of the CCSD high school graduates enroll at CSN after the first semester. That's a pretty robust number, and it really speaks to the type of pathways that are being developed, but it also speaks to kind of some of the opportunities to continue to improve on some of these access initiatives that we have in the book. So I want to talk a little bit about some of these programs that are working for us in terms of access, and also emphasize that every time I use the word access, it also correlates to diversity. So let me talk about some of the good things that are happening in terms of diversifying our programs and our student base. I mentioned dual enrollment because dual enrollment is a direct pathway into higher education. We were able to double the number of enrollments from one academic year to the next, from 2,400 to 4,400 students at CSN. That was very intentional, and it required a lot of collaboration with the CSD, both in terms of academic and curriculum alignment, but also in terms of sharing qualified faculty and staff that was available within either one of our systems. We believe that gives us an opportunity to be more intentional in what we do with dual enrollment. And one of the models that we're bringing to CSN is the early college program. And I just need to emphasize, when I say early college program, it just means being intentional. We already have CSN high schools. But what this will allow us to do is to block schedule the program of studies so that they can, in fact, expect to have the courses they need to earn an associate's degree. If we do this right, we'll be recruiting students at the front end to come to CSN to earn their associate's degree. So much more intentional. And across the country, this has generated a market and a pipeline of very, very, very intense and dedicated students with very high levels of success. Our CT career pathways and academies, the air conditioning program is a good example, where we basically provided a dual enrollment program for high school students to earn their HVAC certification while still in high school. This was a very big win for industry in that they actually were in line to hire our graduates. And so right out of high school, we had students that were earning close to $60,000 in an area of high demand in this community and in the area of technical and education. And it's just a win-win that has that workforce intention that the dual enrollment system can help us continue. We also want to ensure that our Jumpstart program, and these are just dual enrollment programs, that we have expectations that students get into pathways. And so we're structuring an expectation, and we're in discussion with CCSD that every student that enrolls in Jumpstart, that the expectation should be that before they graduate from high school, they earn at least the first semester of college. That changes the whole expectation from students being ready for higher education to being college proven and in those pipelines early on. And obviously, we acknowledge the importance of wraparound services. And so this needs to continue to be done in collaboration with our CCSD partners and not in isolation. So college readiness is very important. With the dual enrollment mechanism, we're also in a position where if students are not college ready for dual enrollment, we can begin to remediate while they're still in high school. So just a heads up, because you're going to see us continue to focus on the pipeline and continue to do the work early on, because if we don't do it then, we're going to have to do it when they get to us, and 70% of the students are not going to be college ready. So that's been our experience. We have some other programs that are very important. The Nevada Promise is important on two sides. One, it's the students that get into the scholarship program, but more important, it helps us create a college-going culture. It's kind of that missing piece where you can begin to recruit and to provide the expectation that all students should and can attend higher education. And Nevada Promise is important as part of that puzzle. Second chance systems, and you heard about the present education program today. We're very excited about that, and we believe that second chance systems are important in terms of the role that CSN plays in the community. And while it's the present education program, I also need to inform you that there's many other populations within the community that require second chances. And so it's going to be one of our mantras to continue to look at how CSN can be a pathway for second chance populations. So that's access. We continue to grow, both in terms of enrollment, headcount, very intentional in terms of the right pathway, the right indicators for full-time FTE increases. But I think equally important is that those pathways are now pretty consistent. We've had growth for 4 consecutive years. So let's talk about the student success metric. And this is the area that I'm most excited about. And I've been waiting to have this conversation with you because, as you heard earlier from one of our faculty presenters, we think we have an amazing story to tell as it relates to student success. So I also want to emphasize that this data is not projected. These are actual students that are IPED students, but given our reporting cycle, we report every 6 years. So this data will not actually be in the books until the next 6-year reporting cycle. So that's why you see that 2021 report date. But in 2021, we'll be reporting this data as actual for this period. And what the data indicates is that we've doubled, and I'll get deeper into it a little bit, but we've doubled our graduation rates from 7 to 14%. You heard that earlier today. We've almost doubled our transfer rates from 15 to 26%. And so our Aspen target now, our Aspen rate has increased from 22% to 40%. The narrative in terms of student success at CSN has changed. And I believe that that serves us very well in the community when we talk about the value of CSN and our student success outcomes. I want to mention a few of the strategies, and it would be dangerous to take any one of them out of context. We're still kind of unbundling the data and doing the research in terms of which of these strategies kind of might have causation variables, but they all have correlation variables. And so we continue to move towards increased advising for all students, and we're going to be seeking that 350 to 1 target. Our core requisite courses, and when we've piloted, have been successful. Our pathways have helped to map and to structure. I think I reported a few, when I first came here, I reported about the importance of creating structure for students. Students do not do optional well. And this is a national Achieving the Dream recommendation. And we're very intentional now in the way that students are onboarded, and then as they continue their enrollment process through CSN. Our efforts on college readiness and the realization of our multi-campus structure now all are beginning to pay dividends, and obviously very, very intentional on making sure that we continue our part-time to full-time engagement for students, and then also looking at a tremendous source for growth for us is going to be our non-credit group, where we can basically create those non-credit to credit transitions. So here's the way the data looks, and as I mentioned earlier, this is actual data. It's the reporting period that's the variable here. So the most recent data will show that we are at a 40% Aspen student success rate. That means 14% graduation, 26% transfer. And I believe earlier you heard one of our faculty members indicate that the narrative in the community focused primarily as recent as a few years back on that 7% graduation indicator and that basically 22% rate. So we have much to celebrate at the College of Southern Nevada. And as I indicated, this is an area where we share the success. Faculty has been amazing, but it really does take a village to get these kind of results. This data, it will be validated as one of the most improved community colleges of our size in terms of performance in the country. So we're very, very proud of that. When you look at our peer rates, we've been improving. I'll go back one slide just so you can see what I mean.
President Zaragoza?
Yes.
I had a question on that.
I'm sorry.
You showed the Aspen rate, and the 2021 number is right there with your peer institutions. What's the mix of transfer and graduation among your peer institutions? Is it similar to yours? Or?
No, it varies. This is the peer institutions right now. And as you can see, Austin Community College, for example, and Austin Community College has a lot of students like CSN that come to the community college to transfer. So Austin has a much higher transfer rate than we would. But if you notice their completion rate or graduation rate is similar to ours. That's one of the reasons that I emphasized early on that we needed to understand student success, because many of our students come to transfer. And when we get them in that pathway and we get them ready with an average of about 55 credits, that's a pretty good segue to success for them. But as you can see, it'll vary based on location. What's important is that I keep telling my buddies in Texas, especially at Lone Star, that pretty soon we're going to be not loading on their heels, but I think they're going to be on ours. So there's a little bragging going on here, in part because we're doing some very good things. It's no surprise that the Complete College America organization in Lumina have designated the College of Nevada as a college of distinction in terms of student performance for obvious reasons. But again, just wanted to emphasize how proud we are of the work that is happening in the classroom with our students, with our faculty, and with our support staff. Again, our top indicator here, a strong indicator for us of success. And I mentioned that 2% kind of increase that we've had consistently from report period to report period. And you see that our awards, and our awards include basically associates and level 1 certificates, plus the skill certificates now. So when you look at the 2013 and below, the difference there is it's apples and oranges. So I think I wanted to kind of make sure you understood that. I also want to kind of clarify that the 2018, that's really 2018, 2019. So you want to look at 2019, not 2018, when you're looking kind of this progression. Story is the same. We continue to increase our awards, aligned to increase graduation rates. And then the other element is that we continue to increase unduplicated increases. So it's not necessarily students earning 2 and 3 certificates or awards. It's more students basically earning their awards. So again, these are all positive indicators, and we're very proud. We think that's going to continue to show well for us. We talked a little bit about what are the kinds of things that we need to continue to do. And perhaps for us, the low-hanging fruit has to be, and we just got back from Broward, by the way. Broward has a program where they encourage their students to work in the campus. And it helps students that may be on that part-time threshold to get enough hours to be able to then to increase the number of credits that they're taking. So we're looking across the country, especially at our peers, what are these successful practices? But at the end of the day, full-time students do much, much better than part-time students in terms of persistence and obviously in terms of graduation. The Pell and non-Pell story here is important. To the left, you're going to see the course success rate. And you see that Pell students actually outperform non-Pell students, but not so much when, as an indicator of persistence. So there are other things happening here other than academic, and it speaks to the fact, the importance, if you will, of financial aid for many of our Pell students. On the multi-model structure, I think the most important thing that I want to emphasize is that the multi-model structure allows students to have a common experience so that they don't have to go between campuses to see advisors or to take courses. The idea here is to provide more holistic support systems and services to all students, irrespective of the campus that they're based in. I think I've provided other reports, so I won't go too deep into kind of some of the administrative things that are happening here. From a student success perspective, I can tell you that the multi-campus structure should continue to move the needle in terms of providing support systems for students in their program of studies. Again, our campuses too are different in terms of how they're composed. And one of the advantages of a multi-campus system is that it'll force us to look at each one of these campuses in a much deeper way. But again, you see that the FTE, which is an indication of students taking more hours, does vary between campuses. And so the responses for us are going to continue to be customized so that they're driven by student need. Our student success and our structure that I talked to you earlier goes back to the onboarding process with mandatory steps now and creating a framework where it's not only wraparound services, but also an academic map that they can pursue through their program of studies.
CSN learning and hoping to get into mechanical engineering. My college aspirations are to be the best person I can be. With the help of Promise, I'm learning to be more communicative and communicate more and have a better leadership mindset. College is important to me because I want to make sure the adversity that my parents went through was not for nothing. It's for everything they've done. I want to make sure they don't have to pay anything for my college education. I promise to be the best person I can possibly be in my society, for my family, and make sure everyone around me learns and becomes a better person for themselves.
So again, you heard from some of our students in terms of how these programs are impacting their lives. So student success, and for us, athletics is a student success initiative. This group of students are some of our more successful students and student cohorts at CSN. And as you can see in the data, they have a 78% course success rate and basically an 84% academic success rate. So we not only see students bringing life to the campus, they also provide kind of that connection to the institution that it's leading to higher completion rates. And so I just wanted to emphasize that there's much more to how we look at athletics in community colleges than the sport itself. It really does become an important option for some students in the community to continue their athletic pursuits, and then reaffirming and in fact increasing their probability of academic success. So we'll talk a little bit now about one of the areas where we're shining and an area that we're going to have some real challenges moving forward. So first and foremost, again, our closing the gaps effort is very important in terms of the challenges and the opportunities that we have, but also aligning resources for cohorts that probably will need more services than the current kind of norms that we have out there. So the 350-to-1 is fine at the institutional level, but for many of our students of color, they need a much deeper dive. They need much higher support systems. So it's important to understand that we have to align resources where appropriate. So CSN, I mentioned earlier, kind of represents the community that we serve. But if you look at the distribution, I want you to look at CCSD, because more and more CSN is beginning to reflect the composition of CCSD. Continues to be diverse, and it'll not only continue to be diverse, it'll intensify. The good news is that we're doing a wonderful job, and I'll give you the data in a little bit, with our Latino students, not so much with our African American students. And so it's important to note that when we talk about closing the gaps, that we want to basically disaggregate the data. And we are making a firm commitment in our efforts to increase student success rates for African American cohorts. That is the focus. When we talk about closing the gaps at CSN, we're going to be very intentional to continue to look at the programs that we bring in. And here's the data.
President Zaragoza?
Yes.
Just on that previous. Do you know the age distribution of the Hispanic community in the Clark County School District? When is that wave going to be hitting us, or is it hitting us now?
I don't have, we have the data, Chair, I just don't have it with me at this point, but I'll make sure that we can provide it.
Thank you.
And again, we represent kind of the age distribution of the community. We're getting younger because we have more students kind of coming to us right out of high school. But again, if you look at kind of the Hispanic, that green light, you see some very positive trend lines. And in fact, this is the trend line that got us recognized nationally as a college of distinction for the Achieving the Dream group. The work that we're doing with the Latino students is just amazing. But if you look at the African American cohort, you see that in a lot of ways we're nowhere near what we need, where we need to be to increase or to close the gap. And in fact, it's widening. So we have a lot of work to do in this area. This is the area that we're reaching out to our national partners and to our national resources to help us create and bring to CSN solutions. Because we want to see that trend line be as robust as we have seen for Latino students. Again, barriers and strategies, and the point here is that we have some very, very defined strategies. The finishing two aligns with the need to help part-time students move to full-time, take more courses. Guided pathways is about structure. It's about creating a more disciplined and directive enrollment management system. It's to be able to provide those wraparound services. It's the ability to address financial needs and also to systemically make sure that students are ready for college, but do it in such a way that we're doing it at a much earlier phase in their development than we have in the past. And ultimately, it's important for us in the diversity discussions that we need to diversify our institutional workforce so that we reflect our students. And that's very important in terms of staff, administration, and faculty. The ability for students to see themselves in their instructors is important. It brings a sense of belonging, and it contributes to student success, especially for the groups that we're talking about in closing the gaps. Again, some very successful programs that we have. Our TRIO program, 94% fall-to-fall persistence, 40% graduation rates. So we know some of these programs work. The issue now is to move them to scale and to target them as appropriate. our Nevada Promise Bridge programs. Again, we had the great experience of having a cohort of students that completed their Gateway English course, and 92.5% of the students in those courses, 147 students, were successful in completing their Gateway course. They also took a math prep course with a result of 57% of the 55.7% of the students increase their math readiness by 1 full grade level. So we know that these programs work, and they work for the students that need it the most. And for us, it's going to be the intentionality of making sure that we are making these programs aligned to those students that need them the most. Our work is not going unrecognized. We're an Achieving the Dream Leader College. We're a Lumina Foundation Talent Hub, and we're a complete College America Metro Momentum Pathway community. And now we're an Achieving the Dream College of Distinction. So again, this work that we're doing at CSN is important, and it'll inform some of the opportunities I think that we have in the research area. Very quickly, I want to talk about workforce, and our programs are aligned to labor market information, and so we try to align our programs to high demand areas. And in the Southern Nevada region, there's 4 mandatory imperative areas that we continue to have strong and robust programs in. Are obviously game tourism and conventions group is one of them. Health and medical services, another one. Emerging technology in the area of IT and cyber. And then our manufacturing, which I'll talk a little bit about more. But manufacturing for Southern Nevada is the next big thing. This is the area that our economic development partners are telling us that 2/3 of the businesses and 2/3 of the jobs that will be created through the economic development efforts are going to be in the manufacturing area. And at the head of that is the Haas announcement that they will be coming to Henderson and to the Southern Nevada region. So we continue to align our programs, and we have to consistently work with business and industry so that we are in fact addressing their needs. Here are some of the programs that we have. Again, each one of these programs are aligned to these high demand areas. And I think just kind of the ability to say that 1/3 of the Southern Nevada nurses are products of CSN speaks a little bit to the effort. We just completed an EMSI study that said that 1 out of 89 employees in Southern Nevada are CSN alumni. So we touch a lot of people in this community, and these are just examples of some of the areas and some of the programs that are very robust and that help move the economy of Southern Nevada. Again, aligning to industries and then creating programs of excellence are essential. And these are just areas of opportunities. The area that I just want to touch a little bit on is that we have great opportunities to create partnerships with our industry partners in each one of these areas. And so we're actively pursuing working with our private sector partners to be able to bring more resources and to grow. The challenge for us at times is not that we don't have the programs or that they're aligned. It's an issue of right sizing. So in some areas, we could double the number of graduates and there still would be a gap. So the solutions are more involved than that, and we're working with our industry partners to continue to be part of that discussion. An example of an area that we're very, very excited about where we'll be part of the solution, obviously, is our new Health and Science Center that we're going to be locating with NSC at the Henderson campus. We're very excited. It will allow us to double the number of enrollments in graduates in nursing, but also to some of the allied health areas. One other component I'll mention here is that it will also allow us to kind of unbundle the number of students that are kind of in that pipeline waiting for biology and STEM or chemistry course, and that we will have wet labs that will allow us to address some of those challenges as well. So Again, the CSN we're listening to our partners, we're looking at industry trends, and we're involved in the work of being responsive to our workforce challenges locally. And we are the largest workforce development provider in the region. The next area, again, aligning to the ANSHI goals is research. And again, while we are predominantly a teaching institution, community colleges tend to focus on that area. We believe we are, in fact, a laboratory. And we're beginning to get a lot of opportunities to research student success because of the work that we're doing with many of these areas. And so we're looking at research to include performance excellence, and we think CSN is going to continue to have many opportunities to engage in research in terms of teaching, learning, and student success. Our Achieving the Dream is just one of the examples. We have many other efforts that are going on at CSN. And many other resources that we have that are of interest to our various research partners that I mentioned earlier, including the CC, the Community College America Group. We also have the Lumina, obviously, and Achieving the Dream. So these organizations are looking at what's happening with systems throughout the country, and CSN is part of that mix. Again, these are some of the structured programs that are already creating interest. And so each one of these areas can have a research and should have a research component. These are areas that we're actively pursuing at CSN in terms of a research agenda. Then we have our undergraduate research, and we're very fortunate at CSN that we do have some wonderful opportunities for our students, and we do have some faculty that are recognized in the industry, especially in the chemistry, biology, and anthropology areas, where our students are engaged in various different types of research that are directly related to knowledge in the areas of studies. Our support for student success and NGO objectives includes being robust in terms of attracting funds, and we attract about $5.6 million annually in programs that are aligned to the NGO goals and objectives. More importantly, we're also beginning to get a lot of excitement from the philanthropic community in terms of some of the efforts that we have going. And the foundation, the CSN Foundation, you hear about that more later as they report out. But the CSN Foundation has aligned their focus to also be aligned to the NCHE and the CSN goals and strategic directions. So for example, the CSN Foundation helped find the funds to help a cohort of CSN high school students complete the last semester so that they could be able to, in fact, graduate from high school with an associate's degree. So very intentional and very much a part of our journey. That constitutes my presentation.
Thank you, President Zaragoza. Are there any questions or comments from the board? Chancellor Riley?
You know, if I can say, one of the first presentations on strategic plans from the institutions that I sat in was from CSN. And I just want to note the marked difference between that presentation and where we're at today. In the explanation of single-digit graduation rates, it was apology after apology after apology, and excuse after excuse of why we can't move forward. Because we're too large, because we have a diverse population, because we have financially challenged population. And I think this is an example when our board, y'all, have implemented policies and a president who is focused on the issue of student success and how in a short period of time, we can move the needle. I mean, we've doubled it in that short period of time through intentional policies that this board has passed, through a relentless focus by the president on things that work. And this board has made this a primary focus on student success. It's clear with all our presidents. And, again, I just want to say, within 2.5 years ago, there was a marked difference in the presentation on their strategic plan with excuses of why we remain on single digit on graduation to how we can actually double it within 2.5 years. That's amazing.
Regent Hayes.
Well, Chancellor Riley kind of took a lot of what I was going to say. I was just going to say I wanted to commend you on the great work. We came together 2.5 years ago, and Chancellor Riley helped us get together what our ideas were of what our goals were for this system. And you guys have listened to that, tailored programs to it, and have gotten results that are right in line with what we've asked for. I mean, we'll see some from UNLV tomorrow with the 6-year graduation rate going up to 44% and the first-year retention rate at 79, I believe. I mean, but this is just another perfect example of we set goals, you listened, and you're doing a great job. And I'm not saying this is the end. You're on the right
Absolutely.
path, and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, President Z, for the presentation. I wanted to give a special thank you to Barbara Talisman for the work that she's done.
Yes.
She's really done a lot, not just in terms of philanthropy, but also community engagement. Her work is passionate, and I just want to say thank you to her.
Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. 2 points. I remember the late, great Assemblyman Tyrone Thompson addressing our board, and he was very concerned about the success rate of the African-American community, and I see that still a huge concern for you. And I would say your buddy, President Solis, when he came to WNC, they had a wonderful cohort of Latino students, and they have closed the achievement gap at WNC, and perhaps he'll share all of those ideas, what they did. I mean, they had somebody that was passionate in charge of that, and that's probably what it's going to take. If it's only 9% of your population, you really can get your arms around that. So that's 1 point I'd love to see you do. And the other is I had sent an email out through Chairman Geddes. There was a fabulous 4-hour documentary on college and prisons. I hope most of the board got to see that. If they didn't, it was on PBS. It's 4 hours, and I believe you can go on and watch it. But the Bard College went into the prison system in New York, and the recidivism rate is 50% in the United States for prisoners. Once these young people and older people get their degree, just as we saw in public comment this morning, there's hope, there's worth. The recidivism rate goes to 4%. So I really applaud you for taking that on too, because the foundation dinner I went to when I was a new regent was transformational for me. I sat next to the CEO of Hopes for Prisoner. I don't think I can use his name in public, but we all know who I'm talking about. And that's a prime example in making a difference. So I appreciate your comprehensive report. You're doing a fabulous job, and the numbers are just going to keep climbing. So thank you, Dr. Z.
Thank you. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Hi there. I would like to say as a student, and just to add to that we do have a really good team at CSN. I've been going to CSN since 2016, and from then until now, I can see a significant difference and a very positive impact that this new change in direction has done for us. So I would like to thank you all and thank all of CSN for everything they do for students.
Thank you, Daniel. Now we will go to item 15, Southern Nevada Police Consolidation Plan with Vice Chancellor McKinnon and Director Garcia. But first, Regent Carter.
I was previously a student in the Gaming Innovation course at UNLV where I developed a casino game. If that game is marketed and sold, I'll be required to pay UNLV in the form of shared royalties pursuant to a standard contract that all students in the course are required to sign. I disclose this relationship under NRS Chapter 281A as recommended by the Nevada Commission on Ethics. As this agenda item does not affect my interests, I'll be voting on this agenda item.
Vice Chancellor McKinnon.
Thank you, Nate McKinnon, for the record. Look forward to playing that game at some point. We get to hear about it. So, delighted to be with you, Mr. Chairman, through you to the members of the board. In 2016, the police and public safety departments at University of Nevada, Reno, and Truckee Meadows Community College were consolidated by this board into a single department. That consolidation led to an increased level of service, as well as the awarding of the Cashman Good Government Award a couple years later. In September of 2017, this board approved the hiring of an outside consultant to explore the work of consolidating police services at the Southern Nevada institutions, CSN, DRI, Nevada State College, and UNLV, to examine how we would work on that here in Southern Nevada. At that point, the Nevada System of Higher Education engaged the consultant services of the International Association of Campus Law Enforcement Administrators, also known as IACLEA. They came and spent some time here in Nevada, both in the north and the south, produced a report that came out in April of 2018. At that point, both of the institutions that had police departments in Southern Nevada, that's UNLV and the College of Southern Nevada, worked to address the recommendations in the report that were prior to consolidation commencing. These are things that need to be taken care of. And in October of last year, this board approved the consolidation of CSN and UNLV police departments into a single police unit to provide services for all of Southern Nevada through the acceptance and approval of a memorandum of understanding, with the request that as the consolidation continued to unfold and develop, that a final plan be brought back to the Board of Regents before the end of 2019, and that's what brings us here today. I would also point out that the 4 presidents of the Southern Nevada institutions launched a national search for a new director of police services in the fall of 2018. That commenced in January of 2019 with the hiring of Adam Garcia, who was previously in the similar role at the Northern Command structure. So Adam began in earnest in February 2019, and to say he hit the ground running would be an understatement. He's done a fantastic job, and I believe that the presidents would all support that in terms of what he's been able to accomplish in a short period of time. And so with that, it's my pleasure to turn it over to Director Garcia to walk through the plan. And today we're asking the board to approve and accept that report.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor McKinnon. Good afternoon, Chancellor Riley, Chair Geddes, and Regents. For the record, my name is Adam Garcia, Associate Vice President, Director of University Police Services, Southern Command. I have been before you on 2 other occasions, providing you with updates on the process and progress of the Southern consolidation, which was approved by this board at the October 19, 2018 meeting. The plan that you have before you for your approval provides detailed information on the plan and processes. When I was appointed to my position 9 months ago, we set out to mimic the world-class community and state which we serve, and to become an asset to the world-class institutions that we also serve. The idea was that we wanted to transform 2 police departments into one world-class agency that would become a model for the nation. As I've told my folks, I want others to look at what we've done and say we want to be like them. Many exciting things have happened in the 9 months since I've been here. UNLV and NSHE invested $6.4 million in a state-of-the-art, over 10,000 square foot police headquarters building. This building is located on the first floor of the Gateway parking garage. The building includes a secure garage, expanded locker rooms equipped with showers, a central dispatch center, training and conference rooms equipped with video conferencing, expanded evidence storage, and an interview room. Regents, I'd like to invite you to come to our new building for a tour at your convenience. As you may recall, the report commissioned by this board in 2018 described the previous dispatch center as, quote, far too small. The equipment was outdated, chairs were worn, and the facility was unkept, close quotes. I'm happy to report to you that on Monday of this week, the new state-of-the-art dispatch center became operational. Our new dispatch center resolves all of the concerns that were identified in that report. We now have additional square footage that has allowed us to add 6 dispatch stations. Dispatch supervisors are now located within the dispatch center to monitor operations and offer additional assistance during peak hours. State-of-the-art equipment has been installed throughout the new dispatch center that includes powerful computer workstations that support the numerous police applications we use, new voice-over IP telephones for processing 911 calls, height-adjustable furniture that allow for improved ergonomics. All of this is critical for supporting a 24-hour operation. The dispatch center will serve all 4 institutions in NSHE that we serve in Southern Nevada. University Police Services also addressed another recommendation from the IACLEA report, which was to join the Southern Nevada Area Command Council, or SNAC. Thanks to funding provided by NSHE, UNLV, and a grant from the Department of Homeland Security, we have deployed to every officer, to every vehicle, to dispatch, new state-of-the-art P25 Phase 2 radio equipment, which allows us, for the first time ever, the capability of interoperable communications with the City of Henderson Police and Fire, the City of Las Vegas Fire Department, Clark County Fire, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, North Las Vegas Police and Fire, as well as the Clark County School District. 24-hour police coverage and patrols have been expanded to CSN Henderson, its various sites, and in Nevada State College. Additional 24-hour coverage will be expanded by year's end to CSN North Las Vegas, CSN Charleston, and the various sites associated with CSN. Officers are being encouraged to spend as much as 50% of their time on foot patrols, practicing the mandate of this board that we be a community-oriented policing department. We continue to cross-train officers so they're able to work any campus at any time if they're called to do so. The department has reached out to all of our law enforcement partners in the Valley to ensure that we are engaged in and informed about local crime information and patterns which may impact any of our campuses. We've established robust and energetic relationships with many of the agencies in the Valley. The relationships built with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and the Clark County Commission, in particular Chair Kirkpatrick, has resulted in the installation of spot shotter technology on the main UNLV campus at no cost to the department or UNLV. This technology provides both Metro and University Police Services critical information for certain emergency responses. Police Services operates under the assumption that we are stewards of student and taxpayer funds and that those funds be spent wisely. To that end, we are estimating a cost savings of $1,620,914 in the first 9 months of this consolidation. The cost savings have been realized by, one, leveraging technology at UNLV to our advantage by implementation of residential hall security cameras, establishing access control, enhanced lighting, employment of crime prevention through environmental design known as CTED, by assignment of a dedicated officer to liaison with students and staff in order to provide appropriate safety training, visibility, and partnerships. This process will be implemented by year's end, resulting in an estimated cost savings of $1,526,690. At CSN, by eliminating the police dispatch contract with the Clark County School District and bringing those dispatch positions into police services, resulting in an estimated cost savings of $30,261. In addition, all security monitoring stations located at each of the CSN campuses are in the process of being folded into one, our central dispatch. This eliminates the need for 3 private contract security positions, resulting in an estimated cost savings of $34,382. In Nevada State College, by elimination of after-hours security patrols, resulting in an estimated cost savings of $29,220. For the total cost savings of the 1.6 million, for a total cost savings of the 1.6 million I just discussed. As this plan continues to mature and if it's approved by the board, I believe that additional cost savings, significant cost savings, could be achieved in the next 12 months. In addition to the noted cost savings, we have aggressively pursued grant funding in the 10 months I've been in my position in the amount of $1,375,696. Of that $1.3 million, the department has received $478,518 in grant awards in the following areas. Traffic and Pedestrian Safety Campaign, $12,500. A joint Northern and Southern Command live scan grant for digital fingerprint machines, $100,740. Metal detectors for Thomas and Mack and other venues, $135,967. Interoperable communications enhancements, $59,000. Brazos e-citation implementation, $33,111. And a front site private grant for firearms training for the entire department, $137,200. Employing the community-oriented policing philosophy that's found in the Regent's Handbook, the department has conducted 130 outreach events and presentations to the 4 institutions we serve. Some of the events, either scheduled or already held, includes a 2-day active shooter training at CSN, UNLV, and Nevada State College. The training uses both classroom instruction and hands-on scenario-based activities to teach the run, hide, fight, response model, and how to employ these methods in the event of an active threat. Participants are prepared with the principles that will help them create plans and procedures for their classroom and workplaces. Other outreach events include campus CERT training and certification, coffee with a cop, pizza with the police, and donuts with the director. As a matter of fact, right now, as I'm giving this presentation, we're holding a pizza with the police event at the West Charleston campus of CSN. In the spirit of the consolidation that you put forward a year ago, all uniforms, equipment, and vehicle markings have now been completed. As part of our efforts to continuously improve our emergency preparedness and response capabilities, all dispatchers now have the ability to activate emergency notification systems for each of the campuses that we serve. We're also actively working to standardize the integration of social media, mobile safety apps, and emergency telephones at all of our campuses in order to ensure a consistent experience for our students, faculty, and staff, as well as community members in the event of an emergency. We anticipate that consolidating the multi-emergency notification systems we use, managed by each institution into one system under the operation of University Police Services in the near future. This consolidation will ensure emergency notifications are delivered in a timely and efficient manner to all institutions during a regional event. To assist each institution in providing appropriate and accurate information to the Department of Education, a full-time professional Clery compliance coordinator is now responsible for all Clery reporting for all 4 institutions that we serve. The organizational chart you see before you, and it's in your booklet. This consolidation plan, if you approve it, provides for departmental oversight, guidance, and strategic vision by the 4 institutional presidents in Southern Nevada. They serve as well as members of the Southern Police Advisory Committee. In addition, the plan establishes 3 sworn assistant director positions, one for central, one for regional, and one for administration. I'll talk a little bit more in just a second on how the county is being divided up for patrols. And it also provides for an assistant director who will ensure that all 4 campuses receive the appropriate level of emergency management planning, training, and protocols. So in order to ensure that calls are answered promptly and appropriate visibility is maintained and enhanced throughout all 4 of the institutions we serve in the Valley, the Las Vegas Valley has been divided into 2 divisions and 4 patrol sectors. The Central Division will serve UNLV's main campus as well as the Desert Research Institute. Within UNLV and DRI, the campus is divided into 4 distinct patrol areas. The Regional Division will serve the College of Southern Nevada, Nevada State College, and the UNLV Medical District. The Regional Division is further divided into the Henry sector, which covers CSN Henderson, various CSN sites in Nevada State College. The Nora sector, which will cover the North Las Vegas campus of CSN and its various sites. And the Charlie sector, which will cover the North Charleston CSN campus, its various sites, as well as the UNLV Medical District. This scheduling keeps officers in specific areas who can respond in a timely manner to any call for service. They're not coming out of UNLV, they're not coming out of CSN. It's divided so that they're assigned specific patrol areas. This scheduling with the current staffing that we have allows for a minimum of 12 officers working 7 days a week. So 12 officers would be available to respond. Once we get to where we need to be as it relates to hiring additional officers, we are looking at having 14 officers 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to respond to calls for service. That's the minimum, by the way. So as we continue, as this plan continues to mature, we hope to see additional officers assigned to the different campuses. Now, this seems to be a fairly bright report. Despite the successes that we've had that are contained in this presentation, there continue to be challenges. First, as noted in the ICLEIR report, there continues to be a outright resistance to some of the changes. I've told my folks that it takes time, and it may take a year or two to change the culture of not only the organization, but the expectations. We're working on that. Secondly, in the last 9 months, we have hired 9 police officers, additional police officers, and offered employment to 5 others. Of those, 1 is a Pacific Islander, 1 is an Indian American, 5 Hispanics, 3 African Americans, and 3 females, one of which is the highest ranking female ever appointed to a position within police services. I'd like her to stand. Jessica Moore comes to us from the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, 20 years experience. My goal here is that within the next 5 years, we will have the most diverse department, not only within the institutions that we serve, but nationally. And so I'd like to welcome Jessica to Police Services and to Las Vegas as well. Having said all of this, I've seen firsthand many, many amazing things that have been completed during the last 9 months by many dedicated men and women of University Police Services. The System Office, UNLV, CSN, DRI, Nevada State, all have contributed to what I have just presented to you. The uniformed and civilian members of police services continue to propel us into the future to do better, to be the best, anywhere in this nation. I'd like to thank you, the board, Chancellor Riley, for the vision that you had and have and for your insistence that ensuring that our students, faculty, and staff are served with the best public safety tools that are available. President Miana, President Zaragoza, President Patterson, and President Chara, thank you for your continued support of the many initiatives that I have proposed and for your insistence that I always do the right things for the right reasons and for putting our students first. Lastly, I think I owe a debt of gratitude to President Johnson, President Hilgersom, and past President Everett, as well as Director Renwick from the Northern Command, for paving the way for all of the good things that have happened in Southern Nevada. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. I have a motion for approval of the Southern Nevada Police Consolidation Plan and acceptance of the report by Regent Page, a second by Regent Trachok. Regent Page.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. Chief, well done. It's amazing what you report and in Northern Nevada and what you did there. I didn't think you could top that, but you did. But I think a little bit of a history lesson that people need to realize, it wasn't for lack of trying down here. And the former president at CSN and the former president at UNLV wouldn't work together, okay? And so you get some new leadership, and so I want to thank President Z and President Miana, as well as DRI and Nevada State, the four of them working together because it doesn't work, okay? And so that's, the other thing is I think is important is that prior to your arrival, the number of grants was 0. Just never got any, never applied for them, never got them. So it's pretty significant of the grants that you got during this 9 months. But I think the other thing is out there that people don't realize is the Clery compliance and how bad it was, okay? We had to hire an outside counsel to come in and review all of that prior. And so it was a complete mess. So that's another thing that needed to be cleaned up. I gotta tell you, the cars, the patches, the uniforms, they look fabulous. You've done an outstanding job. So appreciate all that you've done.
Thank you.
And also just one or two quick other thank yous. I want to thank Chair Geddes for keeping this as a #1 priority and moving it forward. The Chancellor for his leadership in this, as well as Nate, team effort. Well done on everyone's part. Thanks.
Regent Trachok.
Yes, thank you. And Chief, great job. You took success from the northern part of the state and you brought it to a much more challenging environment and made it a success. But I think that first of all, we have to acknowledge how this came about. We would not be having this discussion. The North wouldn't have happened, and the Southern effort would not have happened if it hadn't have been for former Chair Page. He was the driving force behind this. He can be relentless, and he was. And this was something that he focused on early on in his first term as the chair of this board. And so the father of this whole effort really is Kevin Page.
Regent Lieberman.
This effort was on the way to creating a major calamity for this system. What you have done, Chief Garcia, statewide to build and to restore the faith in the potential of this statewide system is unbelievable. And while we have work to do as far as the safety and security on our campuses, you have made that dialogue possible, and you have made it a real potential for us to move on beyond the crisis mode that we were living in for a number of years. So I thank you, I thank the presidents, I thank our former chairman, and I thank our current leadership for really coming together and collaborating and saving this from being a real crisis situation and moving it to something that we can all be proud of now and in the future.
Thank
So
you.
thank you.
Thank you. Regent Perkins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo what my colleagues were saying, this is a phenomenal job on the consolidation. I do appreciate the difficulties that it was getting here, and you've made so much progress in the past 9 months. It seems like you've done like Herculean things to forward this department. There's a level of professionalism that was not there prior, and I did definitely notice that. And to utilize the funds for more, to take those funds and put them into something else that doesn't compromise any safety was brilliant. Lastly, you mentioned relationships. I understand that we're not using Vegas PBS. They have a system that coordinates all of Southern Nevada, actually all of Nevada, and we're not on that list yet.
They're on the radar. I have met with them. And we're
I think I
working
mentioned that to you
towards-
before.
We're working towards using them in our notifications.
Thank you, and thank you for the job, and thank you
Thank
for
you.
the people who made this happen.
Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. Directors Garcia and Chief Renwick, thank you for the work you've dedicated to the safety of the students, staff, and visitors to our campuses, and also for the work of this consolidation plan, both for the North and the South. I see that the North has had tremendous success with the student cadet program. The IACLEA assessment even recommended that it be expanded. I would encourage you to expand this program also in the South if you're not already working on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nicola.
And then I just want to speak at least on behalf of Nevada State College. All of the police officers that are on our campus are the best people in the entire world. And Adam Garcia has dealt with a lot of emails and a lot of conversations in the hallways from me and just like, hey, what's going on? How's it going? Can you tell us what it is? He did a great presentation at one of our town halls a few months back about this because some of our students were a little concerned, like, well, you know, we're all the way out in the middle of the desert. Like, how are we going to, you know, the police officers out here, like, we may not have robbers, but we have coyotes. Like, so he has been great. And all of the officers on campus, like, we feel extremely safe at Nevada State College. And I think this consolidation definitely speaks to that and all of the work that you've done. So thank you so much on behalf of the students at Nevada State College.
Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, Vice Chair Dubrava.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. I just want to echo what everyone has said. A big thank you to everyone involved in getting this together. And I also want to give an acknowledgement again to former Chair Page for his focus and dedication to get this done. Thank you.
President Miana.
Aside from the unbelievable transformation of police services in the past year, I do want to put a stress on the community policing model that Adam has adopted, which is incredibly important. We live in challenging times. And his willingness to meet with students and to create the relationships that build trust between police services and our campus are hugely appreciated, aside from all the other incredible things. I do want to say that's a particularly important aspect of what Adam has done.
Thank you.
President Zaragoza.
Yeah, I would like to echo that. I'd also like to kind of commend Director Garcia for being very accessible and for reaching out to our various stakeholders in the colleges. I think that makes a big difference when you've got somebody that's a communicator, very professional, but also is accessible.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great report. Great job on the plan. Way to get it going forward. Really appreciate what you've done north and south and looking for the continued success. And I just have to pile on and say thank you, Regent Page. When everybody said it couldn't be done and it wouldn't be done, he did not stop. And he outlasted everybody who said it couldn't be done.
Thank you, Chair Geddes.
So seeing no other comment, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Item number Item number 16, Handbook Revision for Police Services, Vice Chancellor McKinnon and Deputy Counsel Bogle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Nate McKinnon. Having just consolidated and accepted the plan for Southern Nevada Police Services, we now want to bring to you revisions to the Handbook for Police Services. As we worked on the Southern Nevada Consolidation Plan there was a number of what I would describe as technical cleanup pieces in the handbook. In addition, we've also added new language that is designed to codify some of what Director Garcia just put forward there from the perspective of reporting of the directors and the responsibility and authority for each institutional president over the police services at their respective institutions. Deputy General Counsel Zalal Bagala and I worked collaboratively on this in consultation with police services, and we've put this forward today as proposed changes. And also here, in case there's any more nuanced questions about any of these changes, both Director Renwick and Director Garcia are here if we need that as well.
Do we have a motion for approval? Motion from Regent Del Carlo, second from Regent McAdoo. Questions or comments? Regent Carvalho.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. The briefing paper states that NRS 396.325 contemplates one single police department for the Nevada system of higher education. So is there an effort underway to further consolidate or create an organizational structure that ultimately results in a cabinet level position within the system?
If I could, Chair Page. So that was one of the discussion points of the ICLEA report. But what we have discussed is that it's something that I would not be recommending at this point. I think the consolidation of North and South, that rests police services with our presidents is where it belongs. Elevating it up to a cabinet level position and centralizing that, I think would be the wrong direction to go. Presidents own this. It's demonstrated with the right presidents, they work together and they can consolidate and work for that. So I think it's one part of we've had a lot of discussion on too, and I think we'd categorically want to reject any type of centralization up in the Chancellor's office.
Regent Carvalho, is that it? Okay. Regent Carter.
So a couple little questions here. So for day-to-day operations, it says, however, with respect to day-to-day administrative supervision, the police department head may directly report to one of the above mentioned institution presidents. Isn't that kind of vague? Should it be more specific, or is that okay?
Nate McKinnon for the record. Thank you. So this language was in there to be permissive from the perspective of not being overly prescriptive, but that if the presidents so elect, right now, both North and South, this is occurring. In the North, the direct day-to-day supervision lies ultimately with President Johnson. He's delegated that authority to Vic Redding as the vice president who oversees this area for this purposes. And in Southern Nevada, President Miena at UNLV oversees Director Garcia for the purposes of day-to-day oversight. We looked at this, Regent Carter, from the perspective of ensuring that there's some recognition that with 4 supervisors for each respective campus, there are still things that require administrative oversight, everything from spend authorizations to approval of vacation or sick leave, et cetera. And so we wanted to ensure that there was a mechanism in place for that. And so we put this in there, not to prescribe which institution should do it, but as an avenue to ensure that it's clear that this is completely permissible as we put the structure together.
So, so it'd be up to the presidents of the South or the presidents of the North to designate an individual that would handle the administrative responsibilities.
Nate McKinnon for the record. Yes, Regent Carter, that's how we've structured this.
Is that what the wording says? Do you feel like that sufficiently represents what that wording says? That's just not how I read it, but maybe I'm reading it a different way.
It's not explicit.
Thank you, Regent Carter. Nate McKinnon for the record. While not explicit to your point, I think that was our implication, and we'd be happy to look at, if needed, being more explicit in procedures and guidelines if needed for this purpose. But that was our intent, was that ultimately, with the line above where it says the department head shall report directly to the presidents of, and lists out the respective institutions, that then they, as the persons who oversee that person, can designate to one individual the day-to-day oversight as the person's direct supervisor.
Okay.
Seeing no other questions, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. We will now go to item number 17, Code Handbook and Procedures and Guidelines, Manual Revisions, Development and Review of the Salary Schedules. Vice Chancellor Abba?
Thank you. For the record, Crystal Abba, Vice Chancellor for Academic and Student Affairs. Brooke Nielsen, who has drafted this policy and worked directly with me on this, is presenting from DRI. I'll turn it over to Brooke.
Gettys, Regents, Chancellor.
Sorry, we can't hear you yet.
Okay,
There you go.
I have the microphone on.
Try it again.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
The microphone is, okay. All right, thank you. Let me start again. For the record, my name is Brooke Nielsen. Good afternoon, Chair Gettys, Regents, and Chancellor Riley. As Vice Chancellor Abba just mentioned, I have prepared these amendments for your consideration today, actually in working very closely with Vice Chancellor Abba and others. As you'll recall, at your September meeting, you first reviewed the proposed amendments to the code, section 5.5 on salaries. And the amendments to the code that were presented propose that the chancellor engage an independent compensation expert with expertise in higher education compensation to review our salary schedules every 4 years using appropriate peer institution and other market data. Just a little bit of background, we covered this at the September meeting. The direction that this code change takes us was first presented to the board in May of 2018, and the board voted to direct staff to prepare these amendments to the code. These particular amendments were recommended by an independent compensation expert, Gallagher and Company, that was hired through the system administration to prepare the salary schedule updates that were needed at that time. And the Gallagher and Company was also asked to review our mechanism for updating salary schedules and some other work as well. At that time, they recommended that we amend our approach to our updates to salary schedules to using an outside compensation expert. This was in recognition of the fact that within NSHE itself and system administration, we do not have a person who has that expertise in higher education compensation salary schedules. So that recommendation was made and the board recommended that we move forward with it. So you are seeing those changes today for the second time for your approval. And then in addition, as you can see from this agenda item, there are a number of amendments to the policy provisions and to the procedures and guidelines manual that are in coordination with this proposed code amendment. I'd like to point out that there are a couple of changes in the language from what the board first reviewed in September. And these changes were made after consultation with presidents and faculty senates. And so the new language that was not in the September original proposal is that the institutional presidents may provide suggested peer institutions for consideration by the independent compensation expert. And it is also a new language that the independent compensation expert shall present the proposed updated salary schedules, the methodology used, including the selection of peer institutions and market data, and the experts' recommendations. All of that shall be presented both to the presidents and to faculty senate chairs to obtain their input prior to actually presenting updated, to approving updated schedules. As I mentioned before, these updates are to occur every 4 years, and they will be published in, we publish them in the Procedures and Guidelines Manual in January of each year, and then they're made effective the following July. So everyone has long advance notice of what the new salary schedules are. That also fits with the hiring cycle in place for our institutions. That is in 5.5.1A I was just addressing. Now, subparagraph B of that same section has just one change, and again, this came after discussions with presidents and faculty. This provision addresses annual salary schedule increases. And this is to be done in-house through our Human Resources Director. And the Human Resources Director reviews available national data and national salary indices. Coupa, Oklahoma State University. And what we added is the language such as. So what that indicates is that there may in fact be other relevant indices to be examined each year to see if salaries nationally that are comparable to our institutions have been increasing. And the other change is that these annual updates, the language is permissive. The recommendation is made to the chancellor, and it says the chancellor may approve an increase. We believe that's appropriate because there could be unforeseen circumstances which might make the chancellor feel that it's not appropriate to go ahead and update our salary schedules. One thing I would like to point out is that when salary schedules are updated, they're only used for the purpose of hiring. They do not affect current salaries. So they are a tool that is used for hiring purposes. The final proposed change to the code in subparagraph C is the same language that was presented in September. So those are the code provisions. And then I can briefly, very briefly, I will try to go through the proposed policy amendments. Again, they are just to be in coordination and in compliance with the proposed code language.
Brooke?
So we look first at title. Oh, I'm sorry, is there a question? Go ahead.
I mean, I think we have it here, so I think we'd just see if they have any questions for you at this point on the code changes.
Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
Yes. Do we have a motion? Motion from Regent Lieberman, second from Regent Trachok. Are there any questions on the proposed policy? Chancellor Riley?
I'd just like to make a note that from the first revision you received, the vast majority of changes that were made came from the Faculty Senate. All those changes we agreed to and incorporated those in it. So those are the changes that are being read came from Faculty Senate, and we agreed to all the changes that they proposed.
That's correct.
Regent Trachok.
I just want to thank Brooke and Crystal for their efforts in putting this together and spearheading this through. Thank you.
Regent Hayes.
Thank you.
Now, if I understand this motion correctly, this is only referring to salary schedules, correct? And as former Vice Chancellor of Legal Affairs, Ms. Nielsen, just pointed out, that only affects new hires. So this doesn't deal at all with our compression issue that we've been discussing for years, and which is up over $100 million, correct?
You're correct.
And it could actually just exacerbate that more, in that some of our folks here who are talking about not having raises for years we do a new salary schedule, it can make new hires right up with someone that's been here for 10 years or even higher. Do we have a provision that would make at least existing employees at the bottom of the salary schedule, or could the schedule go to where a new hire is making more than someone who's been here for years?
If I could, Chair Geddes, I think there is one point that addresses Regent Hayes' question, and that is, and I did not mention, there is one other change that was proposed again from the Faculty Senate, and that is in Part C. And we would be required, the outside expert would report any positions that fall below the salary schedule. And in the past, when that has happened, every time we've updated our schedules, we have had people who are existing faculty who now fall below. And each time that has happened, the presidents of each institution has pledged to lift them up. As far as compression goes, that is of course, a serious but separate issue that I know the board and at the legislature and within NSHE has discussed extensively. But at the same time, in order to keep up with to be competitive throughout the nation, it is important to continue to update your salary schedules. But we would identify anyone who comes below a new salary schedule and, as in the past, lift them up so they are not below our minimums. I hope that it is helpful to your concern, Regent Hayes.
And just clarify, when I said you're correct, you were correct on the first part that it is only new hires. The 93 million compression value in Gallagher study was an estimate. So we're still not quite sure what that number is, but so close there. So, Brian.
I just want to thank Chancellor Riley and everybody and Brooke for working with the Senates to make some of these changes. I think particularly the one that we were just talking that Regent Hayes was bringing up, the identifying people who fell below the range. I think that's really important because it's pretty disheartening if you fall below the range. I mean, if you're making less than a new person, that can be pretty bad, particularly if it's even lower than the range. So I appreciate the changes that were made in the way we've worked well together on this. Thank you.
Thank you. See no other questions or comments. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Brooke, for all the work you did, and Vice Chancellor Abba, thank you very much.
Thank you also.
We are going to take a 8-minute and 40-second break. We will reconvene at 3:40. We are going to call the meeting back to order. We are now on item 18, 2021-2023 biennial operating budget and 21 capital improvement projects, an overview of the NSHE funding formula. And one thing I forgot to mention this morning, per my notes last time, is we have hired someone to help us on redistricting and working with regents on redistricting under the direction of General Counsel Joe Reynolds. He'll be our face in the legislature and on the project in regards to redistricting. Now, Chancellor Riley.
Thank you, Chair Geddes and Regents. Our CFO, Andrew Klinger, is going to take us through the budgeting process, where we're at this point, also outline steps until August, until we actually adopt it. When we get to the actual general thematic issues that came out of our visits to the institutions, I'm going to jump in for a few minutes and just go over those. And with that, I'll turn it over to CFO Klinger.
Thank you, Chancellor. Mr. Chairman, Regents, good afternoon. For the record, Andrew Klinger, Chief Financial Officer, here today to provide an overview of the biennial budget process, as well as an overview of the formula. So it's really a two-part presentation. The first is we're going to go through the process, the thematic issues that were identified from the campus visits, and then the second part And hopefully this doesn't feel too much like an algebra class, but I'm going to go through the formula. It's not intuitive in a lot of cases, so I'm going to go into some detail. So please, as I go through, if I lose you, it's okay, ask questions. I was telling a regent earlier, even when I go back and look at it, I sort of have to rethink how it works because, again, it's not necessarily an intuitive formula. Then I'm going to walk through just a historical analysis of what the funding formula has looked like since it's been implemented. As well as part of that discussion, I think it'll help give you some insight into how the formula funding has worked since it's been implemented. And then the last part of that is I will talk about the performance pool. So into the 21-23 budget building process. So the first thing we did is in the month of October, the Chancellor and the Cabinet visited each of the institutions to hear from them on what their priorities were. So it's priorities around enhancements, capital improvements, deferred maintenance, and as part of those presentations, representatives from both the faculty and the students were there to provide their priorities as well. So here we are in December, providing this overview to the board on those thematic issues, as I said, and the Chancellor and the Cabinet have identified some general thematic issues that the Chancellor will go over in his discussion, and then really looking for feedback from the board on these thematic issues as we move forward, because as you'll see as I move forward, we have several more meetings to have these budget discussions. This is the first, as many of you know. The state operating budget isn't submitted until the end of August next year, but it's a long process that really began in October. So process for preparing it, as I said, 3 more meetings, I will say at least, after this one. So the first meeting after this one will be in March, and that's where you'll hear from the institutions, where they will provide a presentation to the board on their priorities, hopefully taking into consideration any feedback that is given today, as well as the thematic issues and the goals of the system for those. In June, we'll come back to the board and begin to hopefully prioritize those enhancement requests, as well as the capital improvement requests for each of the institutions. We receive the course taxonomy at the end of June, and as I get into the formula discussion, you'll understand more what that means, but really that is where we derive the weighted student credit hours that at the end of the day is a key function of the formula, and we can't complete the budget without that. And so until we have that course taxonomy, we're unable to finalize the budget. So the final meeting will be in August, where we will finalize a recommendation for submission to the governor's office for consideration in the next legislative session. So common themes that we heard from the campus visits in October. Overwhelming, number one priority that we heard from every campus was faculty and staff compensation, and really 2 pieces to that. The first is the COLA, and we'll talk about that a little more in the next item. But as you all remember, when the legislature closed out their budgets in this last session, they funded the COLA at 64%, where historically they have funded that at 80%. So one of our top priorities going into next session is to get restoration to that 80% level, because all of the institutions, as you'll hear in the next item, had to make sacrifices to cover that gap for this biennium. So we want to restore that. The second piece of those requests was funding for the professional staff merit. The Chancellor has, with the Regent's approval, created a task force to look at this issue, chaired by Regent Carvalho. We have a meeting on December 19th, and so based on the recommendations that come out of that committee, hopefully that will address some of these merit issues for professional staff. The second priority for the institutions is funding for what we call remedial instructions for the COREC. So the work that this committee has done on COREC, looking to support that effort through advisors and other resources. Student advising, additional resources for student success. This gets to the academic advising ratio of 350 to 1. That's part of it. But the campuses, as we visited the campuses, this was an area that they all identified as a priority of needing additional resources, whether it was more faculty, advisors, or other resources to ensure their success when it comes to students. In addition, funding for research initiatives. If you all remember from the last legislative session, we had included funding in what we called capacity enhancements for the universities, as well as it wasn't in our budget, but funding in the governor's budget for the Knowledge Fund. Those things coming out of the last legislative session, I think you're all aware, the capacity enhancement at the universities was reduced, which was directly related to research activities, and so look to restore that funding as we move forward into the next session. And then to continue the capacity enhancement funding plan that was put forth to the legislature. This was a 5-year plan that really started in fiscal 19. So the next legislative session will be years 4 and 5 of that capacity enhancement plan. And again, the legislature funded the community college and the state college portion of that, but they did not fund the university portion. Another priority that we heard was state support for summer school at the community college for specific high demand occupations. This was an item that was not directly related to this, but there was a similar item that was asked for in the last biennial budget process and didn't receive much traction from the legislature. So it's it's an item that the community colleges have looked at as a priority for them. Review of the small institution factor. Primarily this affects Great Basin College and WNC. This is the small institution factor, and I'll get into it in a little more detail as I go through the formula. But institutions that have less than 100,000 in weighted student credit hours, they currently receive an additional $30 per weighted student credit hour up to that $100,000 weighted student credit hour. So there's been a request to review that, and I think there are some ways to make adjustments to that that small institution factor that actually makes sense. Funding for dual enrollment. Again, this was another request at the community colleges. Continue the prison education program. This is a program that is a priority of the governor's office as well. Received funding in the current biennium to expand that program, and so look to continue that program. There's a universal desire for additional funding for deferred maintenance among all the institutions. So as many of you know, we receive HECSHEC funding, which we've received at an amount of $15 million for the biennium, but that amount has not changed since 1979. So looking to create a system-wide request for deferred maintenance to bring in hopefully additional state dollars to fund those deferred maintenance needs at the institutions. And then the last item on this page is really a request to
Andrew, just 1 second. Regent Del Carlo.
Thank you, Chair Gaze. On the HECSHEC, Andrew, that's controlled by the legislature. If it hasn't changed in 79, whatever the formula is for that, they just never have looked at it, or what?
They have just never looked at it, and it's funded partially with slot tax and partially with state general funds or state bonding, depending on how they do it. And they've just kept it at the same amount since it has been implemented. And obviously, since 1979, the system has grown tremendously. I mean, I didn't run the numbers on what that looks like, but $15 million today doesn't go nearly as far, obviously, as it did in 1979. And it's just, when you look at the backlog of deferred maintenance issues, I mean, $15 million is really a drop in the bucket.
And I'd like to see, going in the next session, that we put that case together.
Yep.
That's 40 years. It hasn't budged and how much we've grown. I mean, all the numbers to drive the point home. I mean, if this county can put a tax on tourism to build a stadium, you'd think we'd take care of our own buildings with some money somewhere.
first thing?
Yeah, and we've already started working on this issue, the business officers working with the various facility managers. I mean, we're going to get together and identify those critical issues that are common to all the institutions, really with a focus on the life safety issues and ADA issues, and hopefully bundle that into a package that we can take to the legislature. And really what I would like to see is an additional ongoing stream of revenue dedicated by the legislature that to help fund these issues, because again, it's a drop in the bucket of compared to the need that's out there. So the last one on this list is the DRI funding formula. I think there's been a recognition that the current funding formula for DRI, which is separate from the weighted student credit hour funding formula that I'll go through in a little bit. And the request from DRI, which I support, and I believe, I haven't talked to the governor's office or the legislature, but based on my conversations with them in the last session, I think they would support this request. And this is a request to return to what we call a base maintenance and enhancement funding, which is the mechanism that is used to fund all state agencies. So it's a mechanism that both the governor's finance office as well as the LCB are familiar with. So I don't think they'll have an issue with this one, and I think it makes a lot of sense to make this change. So wanted to give the regent sort of a snapshot of kind of where we ended the last session. And I wanted to do this really to put into context for the regents as we move forward, what this request, what the potential range, I guess, of this request should look like. So in the last biennium, I know the governor's office gave INCHE a target of $120 million of additional funding. And so what you can see from this slide is what we received in what I would call new funding. So this is on top of the base funding, was a total of $80 million. Half of that, or over half of that, is in the caseload growth of $45 million. You can see the capacity enhancement funding. And really the point that I wanted to make with this slide is that as we put this request together, while we don't have any guidance from the governor's office yet, I think it's reasonable to expect that additional funding for higher ed is probably going to be in the $80 to $120 million range. That's just my opinion. Again, we have no guidance from the governor's office or the legislature on that, but I think when you look at the historical numbers, I think that makes sense on where we may end up as far as additional funding coming to the system. So this is the capacity enhancement plan that I spoke of. This is not what the legislature funded, because again, for UNR and UNLV, when you look at the FY20 and the FY21 columns, UNR and UNLV did not receive any funding for capacity enhancements. But I put this up there again to show the regents what the plan was that we put forward. So again, if we're looking at a range of funding somewhere between $80 and $120 million, just based on what we experienced last session, and you assume, and I have no data at this point, but you assume the same caseload growth of 45 million, it doesn't leave much for quote unquote capacity enhancements. Now, one of the things that we talked about this is with the business officers is that because fiscal year 20 and 21 were not funded for the universities, is that perhaps that level of funding doesn't jump to what we had originally proposed, that instead we would take the 20 and 21 amounts for the two universities, and that would be the request going forward, which would reduce this by about $10 to $11 million a year. But again, we have to take all of these into consideration as we move through this process on what that total ask is. And I would anticipate at some point we would get some guidance from the governor's finance office on what we could expect for additional funding moving forward. So these are the general budget themes that were identified, and I will turn it over to Chancellor Riley.
Thank you, CFO Klinger. And as Andrew had mentioned, our plan would be, with the direction from this board, to come back in March and have the presidents present around these thematic issues, if that's so directed by the board. And at the same time, operating perspective, and then also address some of the capital issues. So based upon the visits that we've had, ongoing discussions we've had with the presidents and discussions with faculty senate, we've come up with these, these buckets, if you will, of thematic issues. From the operational side, they may be 3 versus 4. I think the point that he brought up about how much money was available last time, remember we started with about 120 million. That was reduced to about 80 million. Over 45 million of that was just caseload growth. Depending upon what happens next session, whether there's a recession, how much money is available to, we may not be playing with a lot of money that we have for new enhancements. So our plan would be to come back in March with a presentation, a budget built around these thematic issues, and then hopefully by June we'll have further direction from the governor's office on the amount. We may have to come back and reduce that budget or that direction. But I think probably the one area of moving forward that there seems to be a lot of consensus with, and this follows the direction and the mandate by the board, is around a student success initiative, particularly around the issue of academic advising. This board adopted the 350-to-1 ratio. All of our institutions are focused on getting that ratio and working with that. We know the clear nexus to having advising in student success. It is a simple message. It is a clear message we can give the legislators. We are putting an effort moving forward on advising, but crafting perhaps an enhancement around that so we can meet that 350-to-1. The other areas around student success, again, depending upon how much money we have, flexibility would be the mandate this board again has implemented within 2 years on the co-requisite support. We'll hear later on today about perhaps directing some money to the Nevada Energy, but actually implementing that program will be substantial over the years. We also know the data on the co-requisite support, that the data clearly shows those states that have adopted that have increased their student success rates tremendously. The third area, that last bullet should be a bullet to the side on funding for dual enrollment. This might be covered somewhat under the workforce capacity issues, but the dual enrollment particularly focused on the issue of workforce involvement was a common theme that we had. So if we can, the one bucket would be around student success enhancements, and we would come back with the presidents presenting around this budget. The second area is workforce capacity enhancements. I don't need to revisit this, but on the enhancements are enhancements at the state college and the community colleges that primarily focused on workforce enhancement were funded in its entirety. A lot of support with the governor, a lot of support with legislators around the issue of workforce enhancements. So that, if you will, would be the second bucket of continuing those efforts, those one-time shot issues at the state and the community colleges. The third bucket, if you will, would focus on the issue of faculty and staff compensation. Now, this, of course, is running a parallel course to the Task Force on Performance Pay. So how we present that in March will largely depend upon the recommendations that come out of faculty and staff compensation moving forward. So that's kind of still up in the air. The last bucket would, on the operating side, would focus on the issue of research funding. Again, I don't need to revisit this, but the $20 million we had in enhancements for UNLV and UNR was eliminated. You add another $10 million of the Knowledge Fund out of GoEd, and we have $30 million less in research over this biennium to spend. So how we make that request around research, how we message that is very important. DRI, UNR, and UNLV have put together a task force, are meeting every other week with both their communication and research folks to talk about how we craft that message and how we work with private industry, how we message it, and what is the strategy around going back there and asking for research dollars. Most recently, we met with Michael Brown, the new director of GoEd, to partner with him to, both on the Knowledge Fund and strategy-wise of what is the best strategy going forward to talk about research. So that will also be presented. That is still in the work. As I mentioned before, the presidents and their team have been meeting for the last month or so, or continue those meetings, and we've pledged to have continued conversations with GoEd to craft kind of what that budget and what that message and what that strategy would be. So if you will, it's the student success, the workforce enhancements, it's the research funding, and then depending upon the recommendations on the performance pay, how we handle faculty compensation. The last area would be more the capital side, right? On the capital, so in March, we would envision going through ranking, looking at the capital projects. But one strategy, and actually Chair Geddes had suggested this to us at the beginning, is to see if we can actually make a separate request out of capital around deferred maintenance, specifically identifying critical life safety and ADA issues. So Regent DiCarlo, you had mentioned that, for the last 20-plus years, we've gotten $15 million in every year. That's not going to change. We're losing ground. This board has made efforts to try to address their deferred maintenance. There's a special allocation from the investment funds that was geared towards making a small dent in that. Each of the institutions, as part of their budget, is putting money aside to deal with deferred maintenance. But we thought we could maybe some more leverage in order to address this issue by carving out those clearly life safety and those ADA issues and coming with a request. Not as sexy perhaps as a capital project, but one that is critical and important to our institutions. So if the direction, again, the board, that we follow down this pathway, we're working with each of the institutions to identify those life safety and ADA issues so we can put together a capital request around deferred maintenance. So again, the plan would be, if this is the direction, we will come back, the presidents will do the presentations, we'll build around these thematic issues. We'll have a separate conversation about capital. We will have a budget, and then depending upon the information we receive from the governor's office on money available, we would have to adjust, coming back to you in June.
This chair doesn't fall in the deferred maintenance category, but it might.
So, Mr. Chairman, the only thing that I would add to the Regent's comments on that is what you've seen in the thematic issues and in the general themes that have been identified are really related to the instructional budgets. What you'll see in March is obviously there are other budgets outside of that that have priorities as well. And so when those presentations are made in March, areas like SCS, and other line item budgets, the professional schools that are not in the instructional formula funding, there's also requests obviously in those as well, and just didn't present those as part of this. I just wanted to make sure that was understood. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if the board wants to have any discussion on this, because the next part is really moving into the formula funding discussion.
And I think the discussion will be better once we get the numbers from the campuses and the presentations from the campuses. But if there's any questions from the board, Regent Trachuk.
It's not a question, but it's a comment. I think we need to be realistic and take a look at what the legislature has done historically. Last session, we had a Democratic governor, Democratic legislature, and we cut funding for higher education when we had we reduced the requests, particularly with the universities on the research side, and we had a booming economy. And I think we need to be realistic as a board, and as where are we going, both as an economy and those players that are still going to be, the governor's going to be there, some of the chairs are going to be there. What are their priorities? We need to be very realistic about that. The other thing I think we need to take a look at, and it has to do with the merit funding. Every one of us who've been down there in our role as the chair have been told from the outset that merit funding is dead on arrival, and it's like poking the bear. I think we as a board need to examine, should we be focused on merit funding at the institution level, and make sure that we are compensating truly merit based on the revenues that are coming into each of the institutions. So I applaud these efforts. Of course, we have to start this right after the end of the last session, and everybody has, but we need to be very realistic as a board, because at the end of the day, it's a question of, okay, this is how much we're going to get, and how do we do the allocating, and what can we do strategically, and what can we be doing today with the chairs we know that are going to be there and with the players in the governor's office, and make sure we're being uber realistic when we're talking about requests that are never going anywhere. Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the next section moving into is, again, the formula funding review. So the first thing I'm going to cover is I'm going to go through some of the major components of the funding formula first, and then I'll get into how it's calculated. So the one thing that's important to know, and any of you that were around under the old formula, the new formula really only deals with general fund. So registration fees and non-resident tuition fees are not offset by the formula in any way. All of those are retained by the campuses, and really the formula only deals with the state general fund component. Now, this formula focuses on outputs. So that is really focused on student completions and student success. And what that translates into, and you'll see as we get into the formula discussion, is that focuses on student credit hours, and that's student credit hour completions. The next piece of this is...
President Miana, sorry.
Yeah, I have a question. For one brief moment at the last session, as you will recall, there was actually the suggestion that they would review whether registration fees would offset, and that disappeared, but that was very ominous. Any reason to believe that that may be revisited?
Hard to predict that question, but no, and that's a good point to make sure everyone's aware of. So there is what they call language in the, it's in one of their budget bills that basically allows us to retain and spend the additional, if there's additional student fees that come in, for example, above what is approved in the budget, we're allowed to spend those. Now, we have to report those back to the legislature, but there was a time when we actually had to revert those funds back to the state. And so the discussion you're talking about last session was the possibility of returning to actually reverting those funds back to the state. And, you know, through the work we did last session, we were able to prevent that. But there's nothing preventing the legislature from bringing that up again. So it is a good question.
Thank you.
Just hard to predict what the answer is going to be. So the focus on outputs, the next piece of it, so student credit hours is the output piece of it. The next component is what you would refer to as the discipline matrix. And this is where courses at every institution are given a weight. And it's a weight from 1 to 8.8. So if it's a math course in a lower division, it's given a weight of 1. If it's a doctoral program in the sciences cluster, it'll receive a weight of 8.8. And these are really critical points to understand about the formula, because at the end, as we get to the weighted student credit hour, the weighted student credit hour drives everything. And there's really 3 components to the weighted student credit hour. It's the enrollments, it's the student credit hours, and it's the weight of the courses. That's it. I mean, if you want to make the formula simple, that's the way to make it simple, because that at the end is what drives everything. The application of the weighted student credit hours, and this was the intent of the formula from the beginning, is equal across institutions. In other words, every institution is given what they call the same weighted student credit hour rate per weighted student credit hours. And as we get into the calculations, you'll see how that works. Now, the weighted student credit hours for non-resident tuitions or non-resident students for tuition purposes are not included in weighted student credit hours. So what that translates into is no state support for non-resident students. The institutions do retain the registration fees and the non-resident tuition, but there is no support for those students. As I stated earlier, when we were talking about the budget themes, the weighted student, this formula has no impact on what we call the line item budget. So that's your professional schools, your 2 medical schools, your law school, the other line item budgets, your business centers. Those are not included in this budget, and they fall under the base maintenance and enhancement, similar to what DRI is hopefully going to return to. Some of the other formula factors that are taken into consideration, I spoke about it a little bit previously in the themes, but the small institution factor, and again, this is a factor to help those smaller institutions. So it's institutions, as I stated before, with less than 100,000 of student credit hours, so they get an additional adjustment in the formula. The other adjustments that are made are around research, and the first is the research factor. So in that discipline matrix, in the upper division undergraduate courses and the doctoral courses, the research institutions are given an extra 10% weight in there. So if it was a weight of 2, it would be 2.2 on those courses. The other factor that is in addition to the normal formula is under operating and maintenance. Now, every institution has operating and maintenance funding in their base budget. The research institutions are given an adjustment for research space, and you'll see that as I go through the calculations. Okay, ready for the algebra lesson? Here we go. So I'm going to start with some of those other factors that are adjustments to the formula. So the first one I'm going to start with is the research O&M, and the first example is UNLV. The next slide is UNR. I'm only going to walk through this once, but the numbers are there for you to look at. So the way this starts is you look at the total O&M budget for each university. So in this case, it's UNLV's total O&M budget of $35.1 million. You divide that by the net gross square foot. You come up with a rate, and then that rate is applied to what is identified as dedicated research space. So in this case, it's the 378,263 square feet. That number gives you then the total research space O&M of $4.1 million. Now included in the base already in this example, and what I'm using for FY20 and 21 are actually the legislatively approved numbers. So these are the numbers that were approved by the legislature for the years that we're in currently. So included in this example in UNLV's base for research O&M is the almost $9 million. So what that means is additional space came online. So in this example, they receive an additional $254,000 adjustment for research space in this example. Again, same calculation for UNR, different numbers. The one thing I will point out on this slide is why on the previous slide you only see one calculation, on this one you see both. The difference here is that in fiscal year 21, the research space actually went up. So if you go down to that line on the first column there, FY20, it's 493,000 in dedicated research space. In the second year, that actually went up to 518,000 square feet, and you can see the difference in the bottom line numbers that went up as a result of that adjustment. Small institution factor, need to point out first, these are both not for Great Basin. The one on the right is actually WNC. It's mislabeled at the top. So this is the adjustment that is made for the institutions less than 100,000 in weighted student credit hours. And so that's that first number up there on the top. So as an example to run through this, for Great Basin College in FY18, they had actual weighted student credit hours of 76,324. That means for that 23,676, they received an additional $30 in weighted student credit hour funding on top of the regular formula funding that you'll see as we go through this. So that calculates the 710. In this case, because they had 920,000 in base, the adjustment is actually to reduce that down to the 710. And the reason for that is because their weighted student credit hours had grown from fiscal 16 to fiscal 18, which means they actually get less funding under the small institution factor because, again, that target line is 100,000. Again, the numbers on the right are WNC numbers. Don't necessarily need to walk through those. The calculation is the same. The difference there is the number of weighted student credit hours at WNC compared to GBC.
Del Carlo? Thank you, Chair Getty. So if I meant, I know this is complicated, but so you're saying that if you grow, you're in a way being penalized?
you're not being penalized. The way I look at it is, and again, you can debate whether the 100,000 mark is the right mark. I mean, that's something certainly that you could debate to say, okay, does that need to be adjusted? But the way I look at it is essentially they are receiving additional funding, and as they grow, that additional funding is taken away. So it's not a penalty. I mean, it does come off the bottom line, right? When you see those negatives, you think, oh, they're losing money. But what you have to recognize is that, if I go back, is that, so if we look at this as an example, so what this shows is they're getting an additional 710,000. Well, the reason there's a negative is because their additional funding already included in their budget from the last biennium was 920. So you're reducing that 920 down to the 710 to make that adjustment smaller. So yes, they're losing 210,000, but they're also gaining more because the weighted student credit hours have grown and they're getting the overall rate as well. I feel like you need a whiteboard to draw some of this stuff out because it gets a little... Okay, so this is caseload. Now, this is one area of the formula where I would say that the way the formula works. So typically when we talk about the formula, we talk about it as a distribution formula. Now, the caseload growth is one area where it actually does generate additional funds for the system. And this was that $45 million that you saw from the last biennium. So the way this works is you compare your FY16 weighted student credit hours to your FY18 weighted student credit hours, and those are the first two columns in there. So in 16, it was the 2,839,000. In 18, it's the 2,976,000. And what I should say is, for the current biennium that we're in, you use the FY18 actual weighted student credit hours. When I was talking about the budget process earlier, we're waiting for, and we will get next June, the FY20 weighted student credit hours, which will determine the funding for fiscal 22 and 23. So you're always lagging on this, I guess is the point. So when you're getting these caseload dollars, it's actually in retroactive look of funding that you're receiving, because the institutions are obviously serving these students already, but the way the formula works, you don't get the funding until you actually do the calculation. So then what you see here is the change, and so the amount is actually calculated based off of the change. So the difference between 18 and 16 times in this case, the FY19 weighted student credit hour rate. And I'll get into how the rates are calculated in a little bit. But that 153.18 that you see in the last column at the top times the change in weighted student credit hour for each institution determines how much additional funding they receive in caseload growth. So in this case, you actually see there are institutions on there that lose funding. And that, again, that is the way the funding formula works, because it's a distribution based on weighted student credit hours. If your weighted student credit hours go down, you actually lose money. And the theory there is you're not serving as many students. Now, when you look at it from a head count, you can't say that, so it's not serving as many student credit hours, I would say. Okay, so this one, so this is the first part of how you actually get to what that weighted student credit hour rate is. So the adjusted base budget. So the way budgets are built in Nevada is and have been historically for a long time, it's the base, maintenance, and enhancement. So there are components of that within this formula. So the base is what would be considered ongoing funding, without any adjustments. So this is the funding that you received in the current fiscal year that you're in. That becomes your base funding. The M100, these are statewide inflationary numbers that the state processed through, and some of these are utilities and other things. You can see in this case, they're very minor changes to the system. The next column is fringe benefit rate adjustments. This is primarily adjustments to the retirement rates and for health insurance. And you can see it's a fairly significant number here. So we received an additional $5.4 million from the legislature in state funds for fringe benefit adjustments. And again, primarily due to increasing retirement rates and the increasing cost of health care. Then you see the M200 research O&M, and again, that's that calculation we did for the additional amount for the 2 universities for the research space. The next column is the small institution factor, and then the last column is that caseload growth that we just did on those previous slides. So you take all of that, and we label that total base maintenance and enhancement. So in that last column, the $498 million represents total base maintenance and enhancement, and it includes the research O&M and the small institution factors, which are really carve-outs of the formula. And you'll see as I go through the next steps how that works. So just remember, total base maintenance and enhancement for fiscal 20, $498 million, because you'll see that number again as I go through this. So 21, similar calculation, you end up with a different result. Instead of 498 million, it's 500 million, but the mechanics of how you get there are identical. So this is where we get into the weighted student credit hour rate calculation. So if you look at that first column there, FY20 base and maintenance, you see that 498 at the top. That's that number we just went through that long spreadsheet on the previous slides. There's that 498 million. Now, because the O&M, the research O&M and the small institution factor are carve-outs, you actually subtract those out at this point to calculate the rate. So that gives you the 488. You divide that by the total weighted student credit hours for the entire system, and that gives you the 164.04 for fiscal year 20 weighted student credit hour rate. And you can see the FY21 rate calculation is the same. You're just using the FY21 numbers, and it comes up with a slightly higher rate of 164.61. So this is really the final step in how the formula calculates. And so what you see on that left column is again, that total base maintenance and enhancement, same number, 498. But as I go through this, I want you to sort of ignore that column at first because it doesn't come in until the very end of the calculation. So column B is that, again, that FY18 weighted student credit hours. You take that rate for fiscal year 20 that we just calculated, 164.04, which is column C, and you multiply that times the actual weighted student credit hours, and that gives you what each institution is funded based on the formula. Now in column D, the way this works, and this slide is where it gets to the sort of complicated part, column D is where you now add back in the research O&M, and you add back in the small institution factors, because again, those are considered carve-outs and they're calculated outside of the formula. So that gives you column E, which is the combination of what was generated from the weighted student credit hours times the rate plus the carve-outs. Now column E is then compared to column A, and you see the differences there. And this is where the redistribution comes in. This is where the distribution by weighted student credit hour really comes in, because at the end of the day, you make the adjustments on the far right to all of the institutions to account for those weighted student credit hours plus the carve-outs compared to what was in base maintenance and enhancement. And you can see those adjustments on the end, they net to zero, right? Because you're netting it to zero and you're moving it between institutions. This is why when we say, if you make a change in one area of the formula, you're moving it from one institution to the other. This is where you see that. Now, the exception to that would be on the small institution factor piece and the research O&M piece, because those are carve-outs. Those are calculated separately outside of that. So again, fiscal year 21, same calculations, I won't go through it. The only difference with this is you're still using the FY18 actual weighted student credit hours. You're now comparing to column A is now FY21 base and maintenance, and column C you're using that FY21 rate, which again is a little bit higher. It's the 164.61. And so again, the math is the same. You do the redistribution at the end. So that is the funding formula calculations, and perhaps I'll pause there if there are any additional questions on that, and I may have went too fast on that, I don't know.
I don't think anybody thought it went too fast.
I'm sorry. Maybe I'm too excited about it.
Seeing no questions, please proceed.
Okay, so the next section I want to go through is really just a look, I called it the funding formula historical analysis, but it's a little more than that because I think it will give you some insights on actually how the formula works and what it looks like. So I'm going to start. So the first slide here is really just a percentage change in state funding since the formula was implemented through what was approved by the legislature in this last session. And you can see on this graph who has benefited, and that's the institutions with the most growth. So Nevada State College, because their weighted student credit hours have grown the most over this period of time, you see where they are at on the chart. When you look at Great Basin and WNC over that same period, because their growth hasn't been as significant as the other institutions, their funding under this new funding formula has essentially remained flat over that same period of time. And then you can see the other institutions there on the screen. So the question this table is, or this chart is trying to answer is how has the funding formula fared compared to inflation? And so it's a little bit of a confusing chart. So the bars on the left, the darker blue ones there, that represents what the legislature actually funded over that period of time, the rate they funded the weighted student credit hours at. The lighter blue column on the right is adjusted for inflation. So when you look at this, what you want to look at is if you look at that first column, FY14, which was the first year of the formula, the rate was $137.69 per weighted student credit hour. If you fast forward and go all the way to the right and look at FY21, what the legislature funded was the $164.61, but when you adjust that for inflation over that period of time, really what that rate equates to is $137.55. So just slightly below keeping up with inflation on that weighted student credit hour rate, just again, slightly below. So as we talk about the formula, we talk about it being a distribution formula, and I put this chart together to show that for every $100 of state funding, where does it go for each institution? And I apologize for the colors that they don't match the institutions. I did that on the previous chart, but so UNLV unfortunately is in blue, I apologize. But you can see, so if you look at the FY18 weighted student credit hours, and again, that's the weighted student credit hours that this current budget is built on, you'll see that for every $100 in state funding, if you start at the bottom of that in the dark blue, UNLV receives $36.22, UNR receives $25.64, and then CSN 2107, and then at the very top, GBC at $2.56. So for every $100 of funding, this is how it is distributed based on those FY18 weighted student credit hours. Now you can see when you look back at the other years, it changes slightly from year to year because again, it's dependent on enrollments, it's dependent on student credit hours, and it's dependent on the weight of the courses that students are enrolling in. I showed this chart just to contrast and give a little context for the distribution of funding. This is not how it is distributed, but I wanted to give a little context. So when you look at it per FTE, what it does is it takes the weight factor out of it. So there is no weighting in this. There is student credit hour because it's based on FTE, but there's no weighting. And so what you can see when you look at it just strictly on a FTE compared to the weighted student credit hour, the university's numbers actually go down. The university and state college numbers go down and the community colleges numbers go up. And that makes sense because the universities are given higher weights. And when we look at the distribution of course weights, you'll see that the universities have higher weighted courses in total when you look at it. The final distribution I did was just strictly on head count. So not only does this strip out the weights, but it strips out the student credit hours as well. So this just based on pure head count, you see the numbers shift even more. Less for, the universities get less, CSN gets more, and so forth. So I put these in there just to show the way the formula works with the weighted student credit hours. Again, this is not how the institutions are funded, but I wanted to give you some context to the way it works under the weighted student credit hour distribution. I'm almost done. So this chart, and I really get excited about this chart. I don't know if everybody will feel the same, but the farther to the right you go, so to help you read this, so if you look at that bottom scale, the farther to the right you are, the higher your average weight per student credit hour. Again, one of the key pieces of the formula. So who's over to the right? Well, again, you see if you look up at the top, it's UNR and UNLV, because again, they have higher courses. They have the 10% factor as well. And you see the state college and the community colleges over to the left. The scale on the left is student credit hours. So in that case, the higher you are on the scale, the more student credit hours you have. So again, it's more weight on the bottom, more student credit hours on the top. So you can see, again, the way the formula works, where the universities are on the chart, they have more student credit hours because they have more full-time students, and you'll see that in the next charts, and they have higher weighted courses in general. So this gives you a sense, and what you see on this chart is fiscal year 15-16 compared to 17-18. So you can see the changes. 15-16 is the blue dots, and the 17-18 is the yellow dots. And the labels next to them show, so if you can look at UNLV, for example, and you look at the blue dot, 2.07. So that tells you that for every student credit hour in the formula, the average weight was 2.07, and they had 21.31 student credit hours. Now that's over a year. So with the goal of 30 to finish, you can see UNLV was at the 21.3 student credit hours for the year. Okay, so this just shows you the distribution of weighted student credit hours by the course weights. Again, as I said in the beginning, there's course weights from 1 to 8.8. And if you just look at the bottom, the blue bars at the bottom, which is a weight of 1, you can see that the universities are right around 30%. But when you go and you look at the community colleges, the weights are as high as almost 60%. So in the community colleges, they have the 60% of their student credit hours are concentrated in courses that have a weight of 1, and you contrast that to the universities, where if you look at the green and the orangish tan above that, they're 2 and 2.2 weights. So the point of this is just to show you that the universities have a higher concentration of more heavily weighted courses, all the way up to the 8.8, and the community colleges, by design, have less, which again is a factor in the formula. And on that previous chart, you see the results of where they end up. They're farther to the left as a result. Just wanted to give this for context on the student credit hours, and this is no surprise to anybody in the room. The universities have more full-time students, the community colleges have less, and again, that has an impact on the number of student credit hours, so that impacts how high you go on that left scale on that previous scatter plot. So wanted to also ask the question, well, how has the formula the new formula, in comparison to the country? And so when you look at data from CHIO, this is the result, and you see actually when you compare us to other states, Nevada in the green at 8,094 per FTE compared to the US average of 7,853, we're actually, because we're of the left of the red bar, we actually on average receive more state funding than the average. When you look at registration fees and non-resident tuition, we're actually on the right side of that red line. I didn't put that graph on here, but you'll see that in this chart. What this shows you is the blue is state funding, the green is student funding, and you can see where the recession started in 07, you see the peak of the blue and then the green, and you can see over time that blue has shrunk and the students have taken on a bigger share of that. Now that's not unique to Nevada, that's across the country, but I would say Nevada has fared better in protecting students from fee increases, and that's why if you looked at that other chart based on tuition, we would have been to the right. And this just shows the same data comparing, again, the blue is state funding, the green is student funding, comparing the US to WICHE states and to NCHE. And the last piece is just the performance pool. So as I think you're all aware, 20% of the funding. So once you go through all that algebra, if you will, and you do the calculations and you come up with the funding, the legislature carves out 20% of that and sets it aside. So it's all stick and no carrot. So if you don't earn it back, you're actually taking a cut as to getting additional funding. And so we set targets, and you have to meet those targets to retain that funding. We're working on years 9 and 10 right now, resetting those targets for years 9 and 10, and hopefully we set those in a way that everybody can meet them, because we don't want to lose any of that critical funding. I think that's it.
Thank you. I know that was a lot of information in the afternoon.
Sorry.
But I thought it was very important information for us all to understand how the formulas work and how that budget process is put together, and for a lot of the new regents and a lot of the new presidents. And I think you did a great job explaining that, Andrew. And I would encourage anybody on the board, once you've had time to digest it, go back and look at that report and then schedule a meeting with Andrew. Of course, as we build through the budget process, you'll see these numbers coming up in real time from the institutions. But Regent Trachuk.
I just would like to say thank you first to you, Chairman, for putting this on the agenda and taking the time to go through this. Is very important for everybody, both presidents and regents, to understand. And that was a great job, Andrew. Easy to understand.
Thank you. May I ask a question? Ann Flesher, Chair, Chuck and Meadows Community College Faculty Senate. And you may not be able to answer them now. I just want to put them out there to see. Where do the weighted student credit hour targets for GBC and WNC, where do those develop? The original targets?
The 100,000 per weight, the 100,000 weighted student credit hour, those came out of the original formula funding study. So those have been in place since the beginning of the funding formula.
Okay.
And I don't know, and I don't know if anybody else does. I don't know what, how that was determined. What's critical about 100,000? That I don't know.
Okay. And then the other thing is that it always comes down to those even year count years.
Yes.
Where does that develop? Is there any appetite for looking at other years or averaging years or?
Looking at the even years, because we're on the biennial cycle, and it's the timing of getting the data. So again, as we build the budget, we won't have that fiscal 20 weighted student credit hours until June. The budget's due in August. So that's the most recently available data we have to build out those years, which is why I say, like that caseload growth funding that you receive, you're actually getting it sort of retroactively. But it really has to do more of a timing of the budget submission with the timing of when that data is available.
Okay. It just puts a lot of pressure on even years as opposed to looking at like 17 and 18 averaged together to consider more of a trend. And then the last question is, how do the weights on courses get established in the first place? Is there a formula for that?
There's not a formula for that, and perhaps Vice Chancellor Abbott can help me on this. So there was, I don't want to say if it was a study, but I think there was a review of other studies to determine the relative weights, because again, those weights don't equate to how much a course costs. What it's supposed to equate to is the difference between courses. So if you're a weight of 1 versus a weight of 2, it's supposed to reflect the relative difference between those courses. And so there were other studies from other states that were looked at to determine what are the appropriate weights for that relativity.
And I'll address both those as well. It was too expensive to do a full study of our student credit hours. So the legislature decided to do a informed matrix is what we called it. So it was 4 states that had established the matrices already. And then we kind of averaged out those 4 states as the interim committee. And then in the interim committee, we also had some debates. If nursing came in at a 3.3 and we thought it should it would have rounded down to a 3, but we thought it should have been a 4. So were those negotiations in there. And really the cap on the small institution factor, it was running the numbers through the formula and determining when somebody had enough student credit hours where their weighted student credit hours wouldn't require the subsidy for the base maintenance of the system. So it was crunching the numbers, and 100,000 seemed to be the threshold in 2014.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add that if anyone is actually interested in looking at some of the reference material, because you can't sleep at night, if you go to the legislature's website, you can actually pull the funding formula study, and inside of that document is that, and again, we use the term cost informed, and it was because those costs were relative. So when you looked at the 4 states, the cost of a liberal arts course relative to a STEM course, there was a considerable margin there. Hence the difference in the example that Andrew gave of a weight of 1.0 for a liberal arts course versus an 8 in certain STEM courses. And that relativity was relatively consistent across those states. But again, restating what the chairman indicated, it's extremely expensive to do those studies, and we were in a time crunch because we only had 18 months to do the study. But all of that information, including the in-depth tables that were involved in making the determination for that matrix, are included in that study, and it's a sizable document if you are interested.
Regent Hayes.
I as I recall, and I wasn't on the board then back when this happened, but I was following it as I was up at the legislature. The reason for not averaging years was the same reason we always, as a fast-growing Western state, don't like to average years. It's the slow-growing or population-losing Rust Belt states that like to average years. When you look at our congressional delegation when they're in Washington fighting over how to do formulas for federal funding, those Rust Belt states want to average because it kind of slows down. Where if we average for most of our institutions, typically, if we look at a 2-year average, it actually shortchanges them. Because actually, as Mr. Klinger pointed out, we're always 2 years behind when we're doing this. We're getting funding from what the actual enrollment was 2 years later. Now, that doesn't take into account the fact that following the end of the recession and the growth of the economic cycle, that some of the community colleges actually struggled with enrollment. So in some ways, it may have actually hurt the community college, but typically, historically in Nevada, it's been an upward trend. So you want the most recent year possible, and averaging would only mean less money for us.
Thank you. It shall continue. We will now go to item number 21, presidential vacancy, UNR. Chancellor Riley.
Thank you, Chair Geddes. So on Wednesday, November 13th, Chairman Jason Geddes, Vice Chair Mark DeBrava, Chief General Counsel Joe Reynolds, and Chief of Staff and Legal Counsel Dean Gould and I hosted 6 forums at the University of Nevada, Reno. The purpose of these meetings were to ask the UNR community whether they prefer to have a national search or an interim president with no search. Overall, the overwhelming majority of the individuals were supportive of having a national search. And after consulting with the chair and the vice chair, I'm recommending that the Board of Regents commence with a national search for the next president of UNR. If the board does approve a national search, our plan would be to identify a consultant before the end of the calendar year. Legal counsel Dean Gould had sent out, like we've done previously, as a possible notice to those search firms that we would be, if the board approves, asking and soliciting an RFP. Our plan would be to meet before Christmas to select a search firm, hold the first meeting of the committee and the advisory board at the end of June, and have it bring a set of finalists by mid-April.
End of January.
Yeah, have the first meeting at the end of January and bring a slate of finalists by mid-April.
Regent McAdoo. Yes, so the motion would be to launch national search for the University of Nevada, Reno president and to approve hiring of a search consultant.
So moved.
That was motion from Regent McAdoo, second from Regent Del Carlo. Any questions or comments? All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. We will now move on to item number 23, NV Energy Customer Service Agreement. Deputy Counsel Bagali.
Thank you very much, Chairman Geddes, members of the Board of Regents, Chancellor Riley, institution presidents. For the record, Zelalem Bogala, Deputy General Counsel for System Administration at the Nevada System of Higher Education. So I want to thank you for considering this agenda item, which pertains to a draft agreement for incentive payments from NV Energy within the context of its new program, the optional program pricing rate that I presented to you all in June. I'm here to request that you approve the draft agreement. I want to acknowledge and thank NV Energy for offering these payments. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of Executive Vice President Tony Sanchez, who's present here this afternoon to answer any questions that you might have. And he is also a proud graduate of this institution, UNLV. So I'll just leave it at that if you have any questions for me.
Chancellor
Move to
Riley.
approve. So under this agenda item, the board will consider the approval of the customer service agreement for incentive payments totaling $1.5 million. I am asking that those dollars be utilized to support student success initiatives across NCHE in a tangible effort to support the board's strategic goals. I recommend that the 1.5 received from Nevada Energy be utilized to support our institutions in achieving the respective student success goals, specifically in the support of co-requisite support.
I have a motion from Regent Trachok, second from Regent Page. Any questions or comments?
Can I just clarify for the record so I won't have a problem? Is the motion that was made, does that incorporate the use of the funds that Chancellor Riley suggested? I just want to make sure it's in the motion. Yes,
Yes.
it is. And the second of the motion? Okay, thank you.
And they will report back as to the actual.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions or comments, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. No. You can. So at this time, we're going to recess. The UNLV reception is in the TAM Alumni Center. If anybody needs directions there, I don't know what. But, but somebody will be here to give you directions. And then we will start the meeting at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we will start after public comment with item 19 on the COLAs. We are in recess.